All right. Well, good afternoon. We're going to call the June 3rd, 2024 City Council meeting to order. If the clerk can call the roll.
Of course. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
All right. Wonderful. Well, first, I'd like to start off saying happy Pride Month to everyone. And thank you for joining us at a special time, 4 o'clock. We've got a very busy agenda, so we're getting started a little early this evening. And the first item on our agenda is a very special one, a proclamation recognizing C-SPAN Student Cam 2024 Palo Alto winners. We have 3 proclamations to read. I've asked Vice Mayor Lowing, Councilmember Koo, and myself will read the 3 proclamations. I'll go ahead and start us off. This is a very special one. I get a chance to know these recipients. So this is a proclamation honoring Brendan Jiang, Emily Tang, and Max Ryder. Whereas Brendan Jiang, Emily Tang, and Max Ryder, esteemed Palo Alto high school students, not only participated in the prestigious C-SPAN Student Cam 2024 competition, but also secured a remarkable first place win with their thought-provoking documentary, Threads of Change. Whereas this documentary, a testament to the trio's dedication and talent, delves into the perils of fast fashion and textile waste, shedding light on its detrimental effects on our environment and society through the ever-changing trends in consumer spending. Whereas C-SPAN, now in its 20th year with this project-based learning experience, allows students to explore multiple perspectives on topics that are important to them. Over 3,200 students participated in response, and C-SPAN received over 1,600 entries from 42 states and Washington, D.C. In cooperation with its Bay Area cable television partner, Comcast, middle and high school students were asked to address the theme, looking forward while considering the past, through one of the following prompts. In the next 20 years, what is the most critical change that you would like to see in America? Or, over the past 20 years, what has been the most important change in America? And whereas Brendan, Emily, and Max addressed the competition prompt remarkably, providing many great examples throughout the documentary. This left viewers to self-reflect on how their personal use of fast fashion has impacted the environment and society. The documentary also highlighted the effective changes in fashion waste over the past 20 years and in the future will have on the environment, leaving a lifetime of impact in its wake. Now, therefore, I, Greer Stone, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize all 3 students for their exemplary contributions to raising awareness among their peers and community of the dangers and effects of fast fashion while promoting fundamental views of sustainability. So congratulations, you 3. All right. And we'll read the rest of the proclamations, and then we'll ask for the recipients to come up. We'll present the proclamations and take some photographs. Okay. So Vice Mayor Lowing.
Okay, thank you. This is a proclamation honoring Ethan Lee. And some of the wording is going to sound familiar to the resolution that you just heard. But Ethan Lee, a Crystal Springs Uplands High School student and esteemed Palo Alto resident, not only participated in the prestigious C-SPAN Student Cam 2024 competition, but also secured a remarkable 3rd place with his thought-provoking documentary, Threads of Change. And whereas this documentary, a testament to Ethan's dedication and talent, delves into the perils of fast fashion and textile waste, shedding light on its detrimental effects on our environment and society through ever-changing trends in consumer spending. And whereas C-SPAN, now in its 20th year, this project-based learning experience allows students to explore multiple perspectives on topics that are important to them, Over 3,200 students participated in response, and C-SPAN received 1,600 entries from 42 states and DC. In cooperation with Bay Area cable television partner Comcast, middle and high school students were asked to address the theme, looking forward while considering the past. With one of these prompts, in the next 20 years, what's the most critical change you'd like to see in America? Or over the past 20 years, what's been the most important change in America? And whereas Ethan addressed the competition prompt remarkably, providing many great examples throughout his documentary, this left viewers to self-reflect on how their personal use of fast fashion has impacted the environment and society. And the document also highlighted the effective changes in fashion waste over the past 20 years and the future will have on environment, leaving a lifetime impact in its wake. So now, therefore, Greer Stone, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, hereby recognizes Ethan Lee for his exemplary contributions to raising awareness among his peers and community of the dangers and effects of fast fashion while promoting fundamental views of sustainability. On June 3rd, 224.
Thank you. And Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Honoring Ann Nguyen, Liam Johnson, and Annalise Saylor. Whereas Ann Nguyen, Liam Johnson, and Annalise Saylor, Palo Alto High School students not only participated in the prestigious C-SPAN Student Camp 2024 competition, but also secured a remarkable honorable mention with their thought-provoking documentary, The Future of AI in Education. Whereas this documentary, a testament to the trio's dedication and talent, delves into the complexities of AI and the potential impacts its use can have if implemented in education. It also highlights the lack of equitable access to AI software by low-income individuals and how that can further divide and hurt students. Whereas C-SPAN now in its 20th year with this project-based learning experience allows students to explore multiple perspectives on topics that are important to them. Over 3,200 students participated in response, and C-SPAN received over 1,600 entries from 42 states and Washington, D.C. In cooperation with its Bay Area cable television partner, Comcast, middle and high school students were asked to address the theme, looking forward while considering the past, through one of the following prompts. In the next 20 years, what is the most critical change that you'd like to see in America? Or over the past 20 years, what has been the most important change in America? Whereas Anne, Liam, and Annalise remarkably addressed the competition prompts with many great examples throughout the documentary, leaving viewers to further analyze their own views and perhaps implicit bias concerning the application of AI in education, as research shows no correlation to increased cheating with AI use. While also touching on the past 20 years of evolution to the AI expansion and the ever-evolving abilities of AI to adapt for future use in education. Now, therefore, I, Greer Stone, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize all three students for their exemplary contributions to raising awareness among their peers and community of the potential and complex application of AI in the future of education. Presented June 3rd, 2024.
All right. Well, congratulations to all of the recipients. We'll call you up by, I guess, proclamation to be able to receive the proclamation. We'll take a photo with you at the dais with the rest of the council. So let's get Brendan, Emily, and Max up here first.
Congratulations.
Emily, why don't you hold it and perfect. That's the most important part.
Great job. No, I suppose we just have the same title because, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So much. Thank you so much. Yes.
Congratulations.
Out of 1,600, huh?
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. All right, we'll have Ethan Lee come on up then next. All right, well, congratulations again to all of the recipients. That really is an incredible honor and one for Palo Alto to really be excited about and honored by too. So congratulations. We're glad you were able to be here and for us to be able to honor all of you, and can't wait to see what you all do in the future as well. And I know I personally learned so much from these projects and have been telling my own students about the dangers of fast fashion. And I felt really bad this evening when I was leaving for this meeting. I just got a new clothing package dropped off, but I'm not doing it as much as I used to do it. So it was and I don't know why I just admitted it. I was like, I hope nobody saw that. And now I'm just, so, but it's the 4 o'clock. I just can't stop myself. But no more. I now know the dangers of what I'm doing. So thank you. Really important work that you all are doing. So congratulations and happy summer.
Mayor,
Okay.
Mayor Stone, sorry to interrupt you. I believe Rachel Katz, the affiliate relations manager from C-SPAN, would like to say a few words on Zoom, if that's okay.
Good. She's on. Okay,
Yes.
perfect. I didn't see her. Thank you.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you so much for recognizing these student winners. You talked about all of the winning groups, all of the students that entered, over 3,200 students, over 1,600 videos, and we only give out 150 prizes. So to have 3 of those winning groups from Palo Alto is really exciting, and we're just thrilled to see them recognized locally. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I was in town 2 weeks ago meeting with some of the other students in the greater Bay Area, but I really appreciate you taking the time to do this. We're just so proud and excited, and I'm thrilled that they could be there today and get recognized by the city for truly an accomplishment. The videos are so hard to judge, and to be in the top 150 really says a lot about the students, about their school, about their teachers, and about your community and their families. So thank you so much for recognizing them on behalf of C-SPAN. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Katz, and thank you for being here tonight to help us honor the recipients as well.
Of course, thanks.
Okay. Okay, with that, do you want to say something? No? Okay. With that, we'll move on then to our next item, which is our closed session, which is a conference with real property negotiators related to the 4,000 Middlefield Road. This is more commonly known as the Cubberley site. We'll take public comment first.
There are no hands raised and there are no requests to speak.
All right, bring it back to the dais. We have a motion to go into closed session.
So moved. Second.
Okay. We'll take the vote.
Councilmember Byrd? Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
For the record, 601. Councilmember Tanaka absent for the vote.
Thank you. We'll be in closed session. I think we're estimated to return at 5:15, but that is just an estimate. Be back as soon as we can. Thank you. discussion, no reportable action. Next, agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. No changes this evening.
Great, thank you. Move now to public comment. I'd just like to remind the public of some new policies the council has recently passed. We're no longer allowing virtual speakers. All speakers must be in person. We're also capping total speaker time to 30 minutes. If public comment goes beyond 30 minutes, we'll move the rest of public comment to the end of the agenda. So if you'd like to speak, please submit your comment cards to the clerk now. Before we begin, we set up some ground rules. Sure, we're all aware of expectations. And to let the community know as well that's here, the clerk has told me that we have over 20 speakers, and so public comment will be limited to 5 minutes for the group, 1 minute per individual speaker. So first and most importantly, City of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance, and we strive to create a safe space for all to express their views. Any intimidation or harassment of anyone in the room will not be tolerated. Second, First Amendment protects an individual's right to express their views in the public space. And while we are able to implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we cannot prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much we may disagree with it. If a speaker is saying something that you disagree with or you find troubling, you're welcome to excuse yourself from the room until after the person has finished their comments. We will not tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone is guaranteed their time to speak, but your time is limited to your 1 minute of public comment. Please withhold all your commentary, both during and after someone is speaking. We ask that you don't clap or make verbal remarks, as they may make people feel uncomfortable in expressing their views. And finally, we ask that you honor people's personal space and right to express themselves. Please respect each other and respect the forum that we have created here for people to share their perspectives. I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Our first speaker is Kashama K.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and members of the City Council. Thank you for your time. I'm here representing Living Wisdom High School, and as many of you will remember, we were here in March speaking to you about our request for expanding space within Cubberley Community Center. We are greatly appreciative of the efforts that you all have taken over the last few weeks and months, and we were very heartened this past week to hear from Director O'Kane. She reached out to us to let us know of the progress taking place within Cubberley and the decisions that are being made. Unfortunately, and what's causing us some distress at this point is that we've learned that the rooms that have been empty for the last 4 years are going to be opened, but at present, they're only going to be opened for hourly use. This is concerning on a number of levels, but especially because this approach primarily benefits for-profit after-school programs while continuing to limit the access for nonprofit programs like ours, which are having very profound impact on the students that we're serving. If you want to reference anything that I'm talking about here, there is a map of Cubberley at your seat also. In the last 2 weeks of May, so very recently, we have received another 15 requests for immediate acceptance into Living Wisdom High School from people throughout the Bay Area. And these are students who are seeking immediate transfer because their current circumstances and the schools that they're attending are not serving them. They're in desperate need. Just last Friday, a student who has been a student with us for over a year now was in my office, and they were sitting in the chair where all of our students sit when they come in for personal mentorship. And they spent an hour weeping and expressing gratitude for everything that they've received this past year. They spoke about how much their life has changed and how much they've gone from a state of despair and depression and a sense that they weren't even sure that they could finish high school to looking around and realizing that their life has become one filled with joy and friends and hope. And they're transforming that hope now also into a sense of desire to give back and to serve. This kind of a profound change can only occur in an environment where students are fully supported. And it's our mission to continue to provide that, not just for the current students that we have, but we'd like to double our impact. And even the use of one of the spaces that's now being made available in Coverly will do that for us. So our wait list is growing, but currently we've had to say no or keep on pause all of the requests. And we're asking you guys to reconsider opening K. So we're currently in K5, if you look at the map. We'd like just one room in addition, K4, which is right next to us and would allow us to double our impact going from 25 students to 50. These are students who, like Francis, whose mother was meeting with me this past week and who is now currently on our wait list, have been through a number of different schools, both public and private. Francis is a bright, capable, but also very shy and reserved student. He struggled to make friends, and on his first visit to Living Wisdom, when he went home again, he said to his mother, "That is a place where I want to be. They're so kind and they're so welcoming. Please help me make it possible." We're asking you to do the same to help us make it work. One of the issues with hourly rentals is that we create a home in the spaces that we occupy. So when students come to school, they feel relaxed and at ease, and they move through their days in a space that is uplifted and beautiful. When we go into other hourly rentals in Coverly, they're very useful and they're helpful, but they're sterile and they're empty, and we come in for an hour and then we leave. These are not the kind of spaces that really help the hearts and minds of young people to thrive and to feel that they have a place in the world that is safe and fulfilling and filled with friendship and hope. Visitors to our K5 classroom often comment that it is the most beautiful space on campus. And next time you're down at Coverly, I do invite you to come by. Please.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna R.
Hello, good evening. My name is Anna, and I'm a Living Wisdom High School graduate, and I deeply believe in the transformative power of this school. Living Wisdom is not an ordinary school. It's a place that's shaped many lives, including mine, and it'll continue to shape others. By providing more space, you're not just expanding classrooms, you're giving Living Wisdom more opportunities to serve more students and to realize their potential, just as I did. Please consider the profound impact that this school has on its students and its potential to reach even more. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric M.
Please rent K4 to Living Wisdom High School. Last time we were here, we mentioned a statistic that of the current students at Living Wisdom High School, a third of them have either considered or attempted suicide. Today, they are happy, thriving young students and adults today. Please help us help an extra 25 students. K4 would allow the school to serve, to really save 25 extra students. Kashama today was just telling me, well, she said there's a lot of people from Palo Alto area that want to come in here. There was actually a family from Toronto, Canada that wants to come here that found us online and needs this type of school for their son. And the father is willing to change jobs and move to Palo Alto just to send his son to this school. Please help us make the space available for them.
Our next speaker is Noel S., followed by Thuria H.
We didn't have a Zoom bomber at the last meeting, but we sure had a torrent of racism. We had one speaker after another pulling out every fringe, violent Islamic group as if this is like the norm for Islam. I mean, I was really shocked, just one after another. And what was the point of that? I mean, we're talking about Gaza, where they try to say that Islam is a violent religion and therefore they should kill all the men in Gaza because they're terrorists, and the women live lives of desperation. So if they die, that doesn't matter, and the kids will grow up just to be the same. So, hey, kill them all? I mean, what was the point of what happened here 2 weeks ago? Or were they just trying to humiliate all the Muslims in the room? And what I found really shocking is that none of you seem to notice. I mean, has Islamophobia become so normalized in our country that you don't even notice that kind of speech when it happens right here in this room?
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Faria, followed by Mona.
We're each going to speak for a minute. Hello. I have lived in Palo Alto for 22 years. Mayor Stone's recent proclamation has been promoted as a statement of shared values so that each side felt heard, respected, and safe. Attending the last city council meeting, I did not feel respected or safe as a member of the Muslim community in Palo Alto. While our city recently banned Zoom comments during public comment to prevent hateful Zoom bombing, I found myself sitting through a hateful attack directed at the Muslim community. Speaker after speaker deployed easy to recognize Islamophobic tropes as part of a coordinated attack. From using the T word to implications that Muslims are uncivilized, inherently barbaric, rapists, and extremists. And while I understand that city cannot prevent speech, the mayor did not prevent at any point with his usual statement apologizing for hate speech. It left me shaking.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Mona.
Just as members of the marginalized groups instinctively recognize hate speech directed as them, Muslims viewing Monday night's meeting were similarly upset, hurt, shaken by what occurred, and the lack of any rebuttal or show of support from council. No council member reached out privately to our community to let us know that they recognize what took place and would seek to find ways to combat Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hate and racism. The lack of awareness of council members points to the need for council to urgently engage in anti-Muslim bias training. I need to meet with each one of you, one of my representatives, to discuss what was said, why it was said so deeply upsetting, and what the city can do to prevent it from happening again. I grew up in Palo Alto. 20, 30 years ago, this would have never happened in school. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarit P., followed by Leah.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm a resident of Steele Avenue and a Palo Alto High School student parent. I'm here to express my concerns about the proposed bike and pedestrian tunnel to cross Alma. My primary concern is the safety of students and the risk of requiring students to use an underground tunnel to get to and from school. As you know, there was a sexual assault in the Cal Ave tunnel last year during daylight hours, and this proposed tunnel would be even more dangerous for at least 3 reasons. Number one, it will be a much longer tunnel, if I understand correctly. Number two, it's in a much more isolated area because it ends up in Pierce Park. And number three, as you know, high school students are often coming home from school late at night and biking or walking alone. My student has done that many times. I would not feel comfortable with asking her to do this in a dark tunnel as our only way of getting to and from school without a car. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Leah, followed by Michelle G.
Hello, my name is Leah, and I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. I'm here to demand that the council vote for a ceasefire to end the genocide in Palestine. I'm going to read a poem from one of my mentees in Palestine, in Gaza, who is currently experiencing the bombing. World, hear my confession, hear my plight. 40 angels lost, my kin, my own. Your songs, world, offer no respite, for buried deep their essence now unknown. Do I still live if they lie slain? Time stands still, their absence ever near. What solace, what refuge, what gain when they departed never to reappear? In darkness, I reside unseen, unheard. Aida, Loai, Mohammed, Mishal, Nahda, and their sons in mournful score. Yet their plight falls inert, for in this world death reigns evermore.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Michelle G, followed by Jackie S.
Yes, this is what I wear biking. Biking is dangerous here in Palo Alto, but to build a new pedestrian bike underpass at Seal Avenue, which I just heard about 2 weeks ago, and I live right on Seal and would be affected by this, is not the answer. I don't have to tell you, this would be extremely expensive. It's unnecessary, as there is already an underground tunnel just 3.5 blocks at California Avenue. It would, if it went through Seal, it would necessitate the students crossing Churchill again to get over to school, unlike the Kellogg tunnel. It would be dangerous for kids to go through the tunnel at night, as Sarita just told us. And it would also be destructive to the adjacent neighborhoods on Seal Avenue and Pierce Park. We ask that the Palo Alto City Council rescind the Seal Avenue proposal for the underground tunnel immediately.
Your time is up. Our next speaker is Jackie S, followed by Barbara M.
Hi, everyone. Jackie Schneider. I live on the 100 block of Seal Avenue. Not happy about the proposal for the bike pedestrian tunnel for many reasons. First of all, it's going to require taking of property via eminent domain. Most likely, the current drawings do not fully reflect all the impacted properties. There are at least 29, 4 people in a household. Do the math. This is not a good idea anywhere. It will eliminate much needed street parking in the neighborhood and create more congestion. We're already backed onto Emerson. It will restrict access to residents and driveways, eliminate planting strips and trees on affected streets, loss of green space, that's the beauty of where we live, put hundreds of students at risk by requiring them to pass through an underground tunnel at night into a park, beautiful but unknown and quiet, as Sarita says. It will more complicate the vehicle and traffic flow. I got to go up Seal to get out. I do that today.
Your time is up.
Cost estimates, very high.
Our next speaker is Barbara M, followed by Aram J.
I'm also talking about the tunnel, and I'd like to make some proposals that would increase make life better in Palo Alto for those involved rather than decrease the enjoyment of life. One would be to close off Churchill, the 100 block of Churchill, to all traffic, as well as over the train tracks. Keep the Churchill just open for residents and parking only for residents. Therefore, the bikes would continue to go that direction, but they wouldn't have the parking problems they have on Churchill now and all the cars. Second, not having cars go west on Churchill. And the other is to view Alma Street not as an extension of Central Expressway. It's much more narrow, and there's many more streets coming out onto Alma Street. And so it's a very fast, dangerous street. I'd like intentionally finding ways of making it slow down traffic.
Our next speaker is Aram J, followed by Jen W.
Shoe on the other foot. The red line in Rafah didn't stop Israel's genocidal bloodlust. Biden has failed to withdraw 2,000-pound bombs and bunker busters. No, I'm the president. The Palestinians get the F-15s and the 2,000-pound bombs and the nuclear weapons and the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. The Israelis have 1 hour to withdraw their troops from Gaza and 24 hours to evacuate the people of Tel Aviv. You missed the deadlines. I ordered the bombs to start dropping to destroy Tel Aviv, bomb Tel Aviv till it replicates the conditions in Gaza. No hospitals, no schools, no universities, no museums, no synagogues. Not one trace of Israeli culture is left. like it never existed, was never on the map. It's all gone. 40,000 dead Israelis in one day. Past time we bombed Tel Aviv.
Our next speaker is Jen W., followed by Leanna W.
Good evening, all. I'm Jen Wagstaff Hinton. I'm a Palo Alto native, resident from a family with decades of experience with Ability Path, and I'm here with Team Ability Path today. Previously, CAR and Abilities United, founded in 1963 here in Palo Alto. I'm also the proud sister of a former volunteer, school age to CAR in the 70s, a daughter to an elder mother who received swim services at the Betty Rat Center in the 90s. I'm mom to special needs daughter, Jane, who has enjoyed the adult program for over 10 years, and I'm also Ability Path Board Director, and I'm proud to serve there. My request here today is for you to support and fund a matching grant for the Mitchell Park Community Project on the ground floor of the new project on East Charleston. I want to emphasize this is not just for future residents, it is for any Palo Alto resident.
Your time is up.
That can join. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Leanna W., followed by Judith R.
Good evening or afternoon, council members. My name is Linnea Wickstrom. I'm a 50-plus year resident of Palo Alto. You have my letter, but I'm here to speak in person in support of the city grant to kickstart the Ability Path Mitchell Park Place Community Center. My son, Per Maresca, has been a client of Ability Path for over 20 years. He started when the local support organization was still CAR, Community Association for Rehabilitation, founded by parents of Palo Alto children with intellectual and physical disabilities, as Jen said, in 1963. He continued as CAR changed its name to Abilities United in 2008, and with the merger of Abilities United and GatePath in 2020 is now an Ability Path client. I applaud your commitment to inclusion, and community, and ask you to support Ability Path's monetary and service commitment to Palo Alto by affirming this grant to help renew 525 East Charleston at Mitchell Park Place as our historical local hub.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Judith R., followed by Lori J.
Hello, I am Judy Richardson.
Into the mic.
I'm Judy Richardson. I have lived in Palo Alto since 1966, and I'm the mother of Michael, a young man born with Down syndrome in 1970. I'm here to talk about the importance of City Council reconsidering their support for the $250,000 matching grant for Ability Path. Michael and I were on the doorstep of CAR 3 days after he was born. I needed to know what to do now. Since then, CAR, now Ability Path, since that day, Ability Path's expertise in the fields of inclusive infant stimulation, child development, youth, adult, and senior programs and services has been invaluable to Michael, his family, and his ability to participate fully within the broader Palo Alto community. The development of Mitchell Park Place and the space dedicated to the continuation.
Your time is up.
Sorry.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori J., followed by David R.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Jarrett. I'm a longtime Palo Alto resident and a parent of a participant in Ability Path programs, and I am a major donor at the agency. I'm here to point out to you and for you to keep in mind the long time support of the Palo Alto City Councils and the City of Palo Alto has had over the years in the developmentally disabled living and working in our community. In fact, the support goes back to 1972, at the time when the city was recycling newspapers in those green plastic bins that were left on the sidewalk curbside. A percentage of the proceeds went to CAR, the name of the local agency at the time providing the services to the developmentally disabled. I'm also like to give you some other examples of the support of the city. Your support of Ada's Cafe at Mitchell Park.
Your time is up.
I urge you to support and fund the, well, you know what I mean.
Our next speaker is David R., followed by Carrie D.
Hello, my name is David Richardson, resident of Palo Alto for more than 40 years and living with a developmentally disabled family member the whole time. I'm confident that every dollar Ability Path receives will return in greater measure to the Palo Alto community. When the local Abilities United, 70 years old, merged with Gate Path, 100 years old, already outstanding organizations in their communities to form Ability Path, the capability of the preceding organizations increased dramatically to include new services over a wider geographical area. And now with the Mitchell Park Place here in Palo Alto, they are envisioning inclusion of other Palo Alto members, community members, such as seniors, through new ideas and new programs. My experience is that they have been more than delivering on their goals, and consequently, I have increased my donations to them.
Our next speaker is Carrie D., followed by Brian N.
Mr. Mayor and City Council members, my name is Carrie Drake, and I'm proud to have been a community volunteer in the wonderful city of Palo Alto for about 26 years. I've volunteered for a variety of organizations, primarily in a fundraising and an event planning role. And I want to tell you that the one organization that I have volunteered for the longest and most continuously is CAR, now Ability Path. And of course, I'm here as part of Team Ability Path, but not as a volunteer, as a donor. I also do fundraising, and I want to tell you that any potential gift that the city may generously bestow on enabling these programs to happen in the new Mitchell Park Community Center will enable Ability Path to further its inclusiveness mission. This is not just going to be for the lucky, fortunate participants who are going to reside and take programs there, but this is going to be open for all kinds of community members, and there will be public meeting space that will also be available. It's a fantastic idea, and in order to make this come to fruition, we have to raise a very large amount of money. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your consideration of the generous matching gift.
Our next speaker is Brian N., followed by Michelle H.
Mayor Stone, council members, thank you for your time tonight. Just a little bit about Ability Path and what we've done in Palo Alto since the merger with Abilities United. We've invested more than $4 million in capital in the city. We redid the preschool during COVID, spent over $1 million on that. We doubled the capacity of the inclusive preschool programs. We're going to look at opening another classroom in that preschool shortly, enrollment's increasing. We redid an entire courtyard that was not usable as a venue that we share with community members at large. We redid an adult program space. We took over 2 other agencies that actually one filed for bankruptcy, the other had to close, that serve individuals that have had a stroke or traumatic brain injury at Cubberley. And with Mitchell Park Place, we're going to be spending about another $1 million to build that space out. So all the resources that the city would provide us go directly to programs, not capital expenses. Our idea is to have an inclusive community to make our resources available to everyone. And with that, we want to have programs that embrace everyone in Palo Alto.
Your time is
up. So thank you for your support in hearing our story.
Our final speaker is Michelle H.
Thank you. Happy Pride Month to all who celebrate. Unfortunately, I'm not here to talk about Pride. While you voted unanimously as a body to make no further statements on foreign policy, it should be understood very clearly that this is by no means a neutral decision. You very firmly put your finger on the scale with those opposed to a ceasefire. In fact, opponents celebrated your decision in the comments on Palo Alto Online. Your unanimous vote places you forever on the wrong side of history, regardless of statements that I do hope you make as individuals. Judge White in the District Court of Northern California, the ICJ, and the ICC have all clearly articulated the behavior of Israel in Gaza, fully supported by the United States, rises to the level of genocide. And the Geneva Convention on Genocide clearly states we all have an obligation to do whatever we can to stop a
Your time is
genocide.
up.
This council failed the test and failed it very, very badly. Thank you.
Your time is up, and that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Saturday, I had the pleasure of attending the Sibling Cities second anniversary celebration, and Councilmember Burt was there, the mayor was there, perhaps others were there as well, and I missed their faces. Just want to congratulate Councilmember Vinker and everybody at the Sibling Cities organization. Obviously, former Mayor Tom Du Bois was a huge part of that. They've really pulled together something quite special in suggesting that the city of Bloomington and the city of Palo Alto can bridge differences, sorely needed in our nation at this time. And we hope we're the first pair of cities. We know we're the first, but we hope we're not the last pair of cities to embark upon this effort. So I just want to commend Councilmember Vinker and her staff and team and volunteers for what they've achieved over these last 2 years. And it was a lovely celebration. Congratulations.
Thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Well, thank you very much, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. I did appreciate your presence and Councilmember Burt's presence. And I want to thank the mayor in particular for declaring Saturday Sibling Cities USA Day in Palo Alto. And it was wonderful because our celebration was a joint one with people gathered in Bloomington. So it was this simultaneous big screen experience where the mayor of Bloomington also declared it Sibling Cities USA Day. So that was a particularly special honor that we are really humbled by and grateful for. And it does mark the 2-year anniversary. And, you know, our mission is simple. It's just to build connections that bridge our country's regional divides 2 cities at a time. And thanks to this city's participation in the pilot, this organization is now ready to expand, as Councilmember Lithcott-Hames alluded to other cities who will hopefully iterate the success we've had here. You know, that's what we do is we innovate, and we hope others follow our lead, and that's where we are ready to go now. And of course, to continue to enhance the relationships between Bloomington and Palo Alto. So thanks to all the sponsors, the city, the chamber, and others who made that happen. And we look forward to building more bridges going forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And yes, congratulations to Councilmember Vinker. It was a wonderful event and an incredible organization. So keep up the great work. Oh yeah, go ahead. Tell about the ditty.
Yes, I forgot to mention that a folk singer in Bloomington who's a Stanford MBA holder actually wrote and sang a Sibling Cities USA song. So that was a first. Thank you.
All right. I think it was the #1 top chart, hit the top charts for the weekend. All right, wonderful. Thank you. Seeing no other lights, we'll move on now to our consent calendar. So these are items 2 through 15. And we'll do public comment first on the consent calendar. Again, public comment only on items that are on the consent calendar. Turn it over to you, Madam Clerk.
Our first speaker is Nancy C.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Just a few words because I was surprised when I read agenda item 11 that we're talking about something that you'd already decided on about the closure, permanent closure of Ramona Street. So I thought maybe staff made a mistake. It seems like Last year, you voted that Cal Ave and Ramona, half of Ramona, were going to remain permanently closed. So I'm not sure why it's again on the agenda to talk to stakeholders and go back to the same theme. I thought it's about parklets, not about reopening a previously decided closed street. Okay, that's one thing. And the other thing, I just wanted to speak really more for my fellow restaurant owners. This is a tough environment to do business in. It's not the best environment in Palo Alto right now. Those of us who are hanging in there, we're really hanging in there. And I want to make it clear that parklets are just a part of the equation. It doesn't double our seating. It's basically an either or. Either you go out and you insist on eating outside, and if you can't, you don't go. Or if it's a sunny day, everybody wants outside, and on a rainy day, everybody wants inside. It's not a sum total of two parts. And that if possible, I would like you all to consider grandfathering the previously built parklets. It's not so much for me. I don't have a roof or anything, but it's for my fellow restaurant owners that have spent a lot of money building their parklets. And we're already 4 years in and nobody's had an accident, nothing bad has happened. It works. You are getting the majority of sales tax from restaurants. So I hope that you will consider this and not let all of that effort and investment go to waste, because it's easy to move to a neighboring town that is more friendly to restaurants. So I don't want to see Palo Alto go down. I love Palo Alto. As you know, my 3 kids went to Stanford and I adopted this as my home. So I'm really, really praying that you will consider the larger picture and don't make us cookie cutter. Don't make us look all like we're tract housing, because that's not attractive either. And just think of maybe we could get good signage and better barriers and things like that faster, and help us. Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is John S.
Good evening, Council. John Schenk with Thwaites Brothers here. I've sent you guys a bunch of information. I want to share that I think what's most important, as Nancy said, is to keep our eye on the prize. And the prize is, as Street Sense shared, and we've all known for a while, it's time to reinvest in our downtown. And I'm hoping you will fully support staff's request for direction, I guess is how they would say it, but that you will encourage them, support them to keep progressing on a vision for University Avenue or the University Avenue area. I thought we were there a while back and it's now on a new track, I guess, but that's where we need to go for all of our downtown, all of our retailers. I love restaurants. I think outdoor dining is great. As I've shared with you, I think the ordinances and policies are wrought with issues that are detrimental to a lot of retail. But I think we can work those out with staff if you'll give them the latitude as the issues arise. I also encourage you to give staff the latitude to at least have fees set on a cost recovery basis so that managing the parklet processes isn't costly to the city or to therefore residents and other retailers as they proceed to work through the implementation of your policies. And I also strongly encourage that we utilize the California Building Code and adhere to the fire department's recommendations to make parklets safe and conform to codes like we do everything else. I don't think we should be making exceptions on those for parklets on things like building code, health and safety issues, et cetera. I'll leave it there. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm looking forward to continued work on a new plan, a new vision for university. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on consent calendar items 2 through 15.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to move the consent calendar? And Councilmember Burt moved. What we'll do, request a poll and no's after. So motion to move. All second. All right, and any requests to pull or no votes? See, Councilmember Koo?
I'd like to register a no vote on 13 and 15. And 14. Thank you.
To confirm, that was 13, 14, and 15?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Burt?
I'd like to pull item 11.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
I'd like to pull item 11.
I would also like to pull item 11. And Councilmember Tanaka?
No on 6 and 10.
And Councilmember Lithcott-Haim?
No need for me to speak.
All right, so item 11 has been pulled, and we'll take the vote.
Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great, thank you. So item 11 has been pulled. City Manager, you have thoughts on when we'll hear that?
Sure. As a matter of fact, I did get a heads up on the interest in pulling this item. Now, that said, your agendas coming forward are really impacted, and there are a number of elements to this item that are time sensitive. So as popular as this will be, staff would recommend that you take this up next week. And in order to add this to what is already a full docket, that you start your meeting again at 4 p.m. next week. So I'll cover that when we look at upcoming agendas. But I believe based on the prior polling of availability that we should be able to have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we did do a prior poll for next Monday.
Yes, in anticipation of multiple items in play, that yes, we had already pulled that via the city clerk, and so I believe that that should work, or at least the indications are that that should work. I would note that while getting a heads up on the item being pulled, the specifics I think do bear perhaps some additional preparation by staff. So if there are any questions, as we would typically do with consent items, please send them to me this week, and we will try to turn around responses to those questions so that you can have an efficient discussion next week.
Great. Thank you. All right. So with that, we'll continue with you, City Manager. We'll move to City Manager comments. And for the benefit of my colleagues, after City Manager comments, we will have a 15-minute break where we will have dinner at that time.
I do believe you have some no votes that you.
You're right. Thank you for keeping me on track. All right, then let's go through our no votes.
Actually, was there a vote on? That's right. There may not have been a vote on the consent calendar itself. Was there? Okay, sorry.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. On item number 13, which is a second reading for the 800 San Antonio Road project, which is requesting a rezone from service commercial to planned community for 75 residential condominium project. I do believe that, there is, in terms of overall planning for a built environment, it's very poorly done when we're approving projects without looking at streets and what the impacts are on streets, what type of parking, how the street is already impacted with congestion and mobility is, this is another part that I think that we're not planning well for a built environment. So that's on that. On 14, I'm going to say that on density bonus, I did want to vote yes on it for this because it's a state law, but the density bonus nowadays has been further expanded and is actually a huge impact, and it doesn't really draw any community benefits from a density bonus except give developers more space. On number 15, I had voted no on that. And because I feel that with the Historic Resources Board, there are expertise that are needed for being on the board, and we're eliminating institutional knowledge there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tanaka.
On 6, this is about cost sharing agreement. In general, I'm in favor of us, sharing the cost based off of our usage. So I think I'm fine with that. The one thing that I thought was really odd in this is that it says that Palo Alto is going to backstop any overruns, which I thought was really bizarre because I don't understand why that would be. And then on 7, this is not 7 on what was it? Sorry, number 10. On 10, the ticketing system, so $838,000. If I understand, there was a ticketing system purchased earlier, not like maybe about a year or so ago. And then the other thing is that this thing's extraordinarily expensive. It works out to be about $1.43 per ticket or per attendee. And there's a lot of ticketing software out there that's low to no cost. So I don't understand why it's so expensive and why we have to do this. So doesn't make sense right now. Thanks.
Thank you. And I believe there are no other no votes. So now turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. City Clerk, assistance, please. Great. Let's go ahead to the next slide. Thank you. Just want to note with weather this week, and in fact, with today's fire in Redwood City, it was an important reminder of the importance of air quality monitoring our activities outside as temperatures and other environmental conditions require. Would note that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District did issue an air quality advisory today, and we are expecting warmer weather throughout the week this week. Would note for community members that our libraries are designated as cooling centers and do provide both a great environment to be in as well as cool things to do. So certainly want to take advantage of that opportunity. And we also have some tips here for just taking care of yourself as the weather warms up. Next slide, please. Also want to share that we, as reported in prior weeks, we have done articles on each of the 4 city council's priorities and provide additional detail on the 78 objectives that are encapsulated within those priorities. So for any community member interested in a deeper dive on the topic, they can see specifically what we have in the works for this calendar year. And all of those articles are provided on our webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/priorities update series 2024. And all 4 priorities are described now. Next slide, please. Okay, and now the latest iteration of our advanced heat pump water heater program. At this point, more than 300 homeowners and residents have been taken advantage of the program. And now we have new pricing in effect, as has been described previously. So great deals, and continues to be a unique opportunity to take advantage of the full service program, where the city will come in and do a review of the needs, manage the permits, installation, and also discounts. So want to ensure that residents, community members are aware of this program continuing in its new form. Next slide, please. Then also a plug for an ongoing survey just underway through our Community Services Department related to our Human Services Resource Allocation Process, or HSRAP, as has been referred to in your budget discussions. This survey is looking for community feedback on priorities, needs, interests, such as in areas of food, housing, mental health, programs for seniors, youth, children, homeless, and low income residents as well. So wide open survey, but a great opportunity to provide input to the city on those priorities going forward. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. And that is available on our website. And the specific page, quick link, is cityofpaloalto.org/HSNA 2024. Thank you. Then let's talk about your upcoming agendas, and I want to spend a few minutes here. As I just mentioned, well, first off, for next week, you have on your action agenda the Quarry Road proposal that involves a parkland undedication potential ballot measure, as well as next steps on the rail grade separation review and selection of preferred alternatives. As was just noted with item 11 related to parklets pulled from this evening, we'll recommend that that be added and you start your meeting next week at 4 p.m. Then unfortunately, the remaining three meetings that would then be your remaining three meetings through June starting at 4 p.m. With then the following week, Monday, June 17th, being your budget adoption, as well as actions related to the hydroelectricity contract extension. This is a major contract for hydroelectric power for our utility in our city. Then finally, action related to the follow-up on the El Camino Real bike lane proposal. Then your last meeting for the month of June, and I'm sure it will feel like a marathon at that point, will be your meeting on Tuesday, June 18th, again, starting at 4 p.m. We'll start off with a special study session with a report from the Human Relations Commission on the lived experience of Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in Palo Alto. This will be a special session also in that the testimony on that topic will be taken in person only. So there will be no Zoom testimony taken on that specific item at the beginning of this meeting at 4 p.m. Then we'll go to your normal rules, and we'll have on your action agenda the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park Streamlined Review, the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan Adoption, then finally, actually, this regulatory changes to support retail, I believe, comes off of that agenda. So we'll just have three action items for that June 18th agenda, but again, a full docket for your remaining three meetings here in June. With that, Mayor, back to you.
Great, thank you.
Mayor, may I just ask something?
Yeah.
So City Manager Cicada, on the Human Services Needs Assessment, I think it would be a great idea moving forward if we can also add the IDD community into the description of all the people involved. So you have here mental health, seniors, children. I think a lot of times when we're out of sight, it's out of mind. So it'd be great if we keep them top of mind.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. Did you say elderly?
No, IDD, intellectual and developmentally disabled.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay. Now we've reached our break. As promised, we'll do a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 6:50. All right, coming back from our break, we're now going to move on to action item 16, receive an update and provide direction on University Avenue streetscape improvements, project vision design, and stakeholder engagement strategy. Turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. I'm going to turn it over immediately to Ashwini Kantak, our project manager for our university work, and perhaps get the council and community up to date based on the feedback we received back in December. So with that, Ms. Kantak.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shakara. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Ashwini Kantak with the City Manager's Office. I'm really pleased to be here today to present an update on the University Avenue Streetscape project and to seek council direction and feedback. I'm joined by Holly Boyd, Assistant Director of Public Works, and then we have several staff and consultants available to answer your questions. So last December, Council, you asked us to come back with design and cost alternatives, which would incorporate parklets as well as other outdoor dining, and to create a unique destination reflecting Palo Alto's history. You also asked us to engage the retail committee on potential cost-effective interim improvements. Now, as we all know, University Avenue is a really important local and regional destination. And being able to transform this area into a more vibrant and pedestrian-friendly space that showcases the historical significance of Palo Alto is truly an exciting opportunity. However, with many diverse interests and limited space and funding, balancing these many interests while realizing the project vision and goals is going to be key to the future success of this project. And so to that end, today we are looking for confirmation and clarification from you on a few key elements, including the overall vision and goals, balancing the various interests across goals that are inherently in conflict with each other, the design concepts themselves, and a stakeholder engagement strategy. And clear direction on these topics will really enable us to develop a preferred concept plan and bring it back for your consideration in September. So with that, if we could go to the next slide, please. This is the agenda with the project background, which I'll cover very briefly, and then we'll really get into the discussion on vision, goal, and priorities. We'll be talking about a response to your December direction, stakeholder engagement strategy, as I mentioned, also a tentative project timeline and next steps. And then the bulk of the item will be focused on the council discussion session, where we will go through each of the elements we're looking for confirmation and clarification on. Next slide, please. Next. So again, I'm not going to go through all these dates here, but as you can see, the project was initiated in 2021 and really kicked off in 2022, in March of 2022. There was a feasibility analysis done as well as some design work done and was presented to you in December. Council provided direction for staff to come back with additional information, and as I mentioned, to also engage the retail committee, which we did in March and April of 2024. Next slide, please. This slide is pretty busy, but just gives you kind of a snapshot of all of the engagement that has been done to date, which included project ambassadors, the community at large, community surveys. We've also included the retail committee meetings in here. We heard from you that you wanted a more inclusive stakeholder engagement process, and that's what we'll be discussing. We'll be proposing that, and again, look for your feedback today as we talk about our strategy for stakeholder engagement. Next slide, please. And so again, through that kind of 2-year engagement process, the council had approved certain goals when we moved forward with the RFP. Those were refined by the project ambassadors, which were representing various interests. We also had the community talk about its priorities, and then, as I mentioned, additional direction from this council in December. And so based on that, we're proposing a vision that, again, we would like to get confirmation on, and we'll bring it back during the council discussion section of the presentation. And so we're hoping that this captures everything you've discussed that's important to you, and that's also reflecting the community priorities as well. And so it's really to celebrate the unique character of the birthplace of Silicon Valley by creating a vibrant, visually attractive streetscape with spaces and elements that enhance the visitor experience, provide safe access for pedestrians and bicyclists, and encourage shopping, dining, and gathering, which we all heard were very important. Next slide, please. Again, we've had many sets of project goals as they've evolved and gotten refined through the various stakeholder groups and engagement efforts. And so these kind of are the culmination of all of the different goals discussed. And we would like confirmation that we've got these right as we go into the council discussion as well. But this is what we've heard: to maximize pedestrian bicycle use, to maintain the two-way vehicular access, so not to do away with that, to maintain parking opportunities, and also functional areas for delivery and loading zones, as well as ride-share spaces, including performance spaces, so maybe some special events, temporary closures, so including performance space on University. Again, this is really important, showcasing the unique character of University Avenue and Palo Alto in general, exploring opportunities to present public art and to provide technology exhibits. Again, creating gathering spaces that invite people to come and hang out at University Avenue, maximizing opportunities for outdoor dining, not just on the sidewalks as was presented to you in December, but also in parklets. And then also exploring cost-effective interim measures to show progress. And this was direction in December as well. Next slide, please. I talked about some inherent conflicts between certain goals, and we'll come back with a detailed discussion on this, but just touching upon sort of with limited space, there's conflicts when there's a desire for maximizing outdoor dining and gathering spaces that inherently kind of competes for space with on-street parking. When we look at kind of maintaining vehicular access, but also enhancing pedestrian and bicycle experience, again, the same kind of competition for space. Balancing desire for special events. So we'd want to do that while maintaining, while minimizing the negative financial impacts on businesses with temporary road closures. And then balancing the desire for this kind of wider sidewalks, enhanced pedestrian experience, a lot of gathering spaces with direction to look at lower cost alternatives. And we'll get into this. And we have some recommendations from staff, and again, would really seek your feedback on how to balance these best before we can bring you back a preferred concept. Next slide, please. So this slide captures the motion that was made in December. And again, looking at, coming back with alternatives, looking at bike lanes on Lytton and Hamilton, potentially reducing the width of the travel lanes on University, engaging the retail community on some retail committee on some near-term improvements, and then also looking at cost alternatives. In addition to that, if we can go to the next slide, please. We also heard direction on looking at sort of creating this unique destination, showcasing Palo Alto's history. And so you'll see some of this incorporated into the stakeholder engagement strategy, who we would engage in terms of partners to kind of showcase the history, how we would leverage historical Ramona Street, looking at future opportunities, so making sure we're collaborating with the city's public art program, leveraging city's fiber network for technology exhibits. And then as I'll walk through the design concepts, you can see how we've incorporated some of your feedback about maximizing gathering spaces, as well as kind of expanding outdoor dining with parklets. Next slide, please. So this is the project area, at least initially, this is what we're considering the boundary of the project area, which is University Avenue between High and Webster Streets. And the streetscape improvements would be within the public right-of-way. The reason I'm saying it is potentially an initial boundary is as we look at funding mechanisms, we look at a potential assessment district, it may make sense to expand the area to some of the side streets, but this is what we're currently working with. Next slide, please. So the next few slides are I'm going to walk through some concept sketches that our consultants have done. And you'll see with each of the concepts, there's also some images. I'll walk through them pretty quickly. We can always come back during your council discussion section. So this is potentially creating a gathering space by expanding a public plaza at an intersection. And this one is at High and University. Next slide, please. And here's just some images of corner plazas. We can run through them. And then this shows you outdoor dining on a wider sidewalk. So you can have that. Here's some concept images that show that. And then if you go to the next slide, you'll see that there's kind of outdoor dining on sidewalks as well as on parklets. So you can have both depending on kind of what the needs are of the restaurants. And here's some images that show that. And then this one's, we already have some expanded what's called bulb outs, which is widened sidewalks at intersections, but there's potential to expand some of these. Now, all of these will result in loss of parking spaces, on-street parking spaces, and that's a discussion we'll want to have with you, council. But here's, an opportunity to kind of, even within a small space, create a gathering space that could have public art, some street amenities, and be an inviting space for people. Next slide. And here's some images to show that. Next slide. And I know this one's a little hard to read, so I'll just walk you through kind of it's broken up in two parts. So the top shows you between High and Waverly, and then there's a match line that goes from Waverly to Webster. And the green portions are basically converting angled parking to parallel parking, which you need to do for wider sidewalks. And the blue portion maintains the parallel parking, and then you can kind of see some bulb outs at intersections, as well as potential for some plazas, expanded plazas and bike parking. Next slide, please. So this is a topic that is of interest to a lot of stakeholders with some varying perspectives. So how much on-street parking do we need to maintain? So I'm just going to walk through kind of what the baseline is right now and what a potential scenario could be. So if we convert to get wider sidewalks and that kind of enhanced pedestrian experience, we need to convert angled parking to parallel parking. We have 193 spaces on street parking spaces right now. Converting them to parallel parking, we will lose 48 spaces, giving us 145 on-street parking spaces. 5 of those will need to be accessible. If we want to maximize gathering spaces, as I mentioned, if we do bulb outs at intersections, each one of them would result in the loss of 1 parking space, or if we did them mid-block. If you expanded a plaza, that would be a loss of 4 parking spaces. And then with outdoor dining, currently the parklets, existing parklets on University Avenue take up 18 parking spaces. We're not sure yet which parklets are going to continue with the ongoing program. So those could vary. They could remain the same or they could be more or less. But that will again result in the loss of parallel on-street parking spaces. Next slide, please. So here's just a potential on-street parking scenario. As I mentioned, the angle to parallel parking seems like a given if we want the wider sidewalks. Losing further parking, like maybe up to 70 on-street parking spaces, that would leave about 1/3 of the on-street parking. Looking at the counts we've done in 2017 and 2023, it seems like we would, except for one time of day, based on the 2017 counts, it looks like we would still meet the city's targets and sometimes be well below in terms of occupancy in off-street parking, garages and parking lots. We would be doing a parking study and bring that back to you before we ask you to move forward with the final design or an assessment district. But this is based on the information we have now. So some of the considerations for council will be if we want to keep a minimum amount of on-street parking, and given all the varying interests, whether we'd want to look at capping the number of parklets, which we don't have right now. Next slide, please. In terms of costs, you asked us to look at different cost alternatives, and we just wanted to kind of spend a little bit of time on the baseline. What was presented to you in December was a $40 million cost. That was in $2030, and this project covers 9 blocks. If we add a few more enhanced and expanded gathering spaces, that could be about $45 million. And the scope includes utility and curb relocations, which are actually about 80% of the cost. So there's limitations on how we could reduce the cost if the desire is to widen the sidewalks and kind of realign the curbs. So there's a couple of options in terms of costs. If we wanted to reduce upfront costs, we could implement the project in 2 phases. But obviously what that will do is result in a higher overall cost due to escalation. It's also more disruptive. You lose some efficiency. So if council were to want to break this into phases, we would recommend no more than 2 phases. Or the other option would be to significantly reduce project scope. So to not change the alignment, not move utilities and curbs, but really invest in kind of enhanced landscaping, enhanced street amenities, updated bulb outs, kind of updating the gathering spaces. Those costs would be a lot less. So for the full scope, it's about $5 million per block in $2030. If you reduce the scope significantly, it would be about $800,000 to $1.5 million per block. However, it wouldn't then align with the vision and goals that we understand so far. Next slide, please. Bike lanes was also brought up in December. Considering moving bike lanes to Hamilton and Lytton. And our recommendation is that, yeah, we continue to have University Avenue as a class 3 shared bike route. What we see is not necessarily encouraging the use of University Avenue as a thorough route, a bike route, but as a destination. So we understand a lot of people will come to University Avenue with their bicycles, and we want to make sure that we provide safe and convenient parking. We would, again, encourage the use of Hamilton and Lytton as preferred bike routes, and we are currently in the process of updating the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan, and we'll be incorporating some of those recommendations into that, which will come to you in 2025. You'd asked us to look at shrinking the travel lane. Fire code and the city ordinance called for a certain width, a minimum 20-foot width travel lane. And if you wanted to have buildings that were 30 feet or above, then the fire code also requires the 26-foot wide travel lane. And so that's something we're not recommending, given that you don't want to kind of constrain yourself on future development. We're not recommending shrinking the total width of the travel lane, which is 26 feet. Next slide, please. In terms of near-term improvements, we had a lot of discussions about this with stakeholders as well as with the retail committee in March and April, and presented several recommendations, received support for that. We have actually initiated some pilot programs. So there's for enhanced cleaning, there's a few pilot programs underway where we've increased the number of hours in terms of trash pickup, as well as cleaning. We've increased power washing in a few areas. Again, these are pilot programs, so they're not funded on an ongoing basis, but we're looking to see the effectiveness of these programs. And then we have several miscellaneous improvements underway, looking at the news racks. There's several that have been abandoned, and so we're working on that process to remove aging and abandoned news racks, replacing several trash receptacles and liners, and then bike parking. Kind of, if there's requests, we'll move forward with installing bike racks. We have quite a few. We have about 679 bike racks in the overall downtown district, and they're fairly well distributed. And then looking at minor infrastructure improvements to sidewalks and streetlights, et cetera. Next slide, please. So the next piece is about stakeholder engagement. Again, we heard from you in December that you'd like to look at a more inclusive stakeholder engagement process. And so really we want to solicit feedback from key stakeholders, both on near-term as well as long-term improvements, make sure we're providing timely updates, not only to the downtown community, but the Palo Alto community at large, given the significance of University Avenue, and also making sure we're seeking feedback at key milestones throughout the course of the project, engaging relevant boards, commissions, and committees, ensuring we provide updates and seek feedback from the retail committee on a regular basis, and then also making sure the city council receives timely input from stakeholders, which can inform your decision-making. Next slide, please. So here's what we're proposing, a stakeholder working group, which would be comprised of 15 members, and it would represent various interests. The next slide will actually give you more detail on what we're proposing in terms of interests, and would like to get your feedback on that. This is something unlike the project ambassador group. We would have the meetings open to the public. So it would convene every 2 months, special meetings as needed, and we would have them open to the public. And then once we have your feedback on the interest areas, this is something that the city manager designee would kind of put together. The downtown community and Palo Alto community at large, we would really be leveraging all of our communication channels, including social media, project webpage, blog, the e-newsletter, printed newsletter, et cetera. Also tabling at community events and then open town hall surveys. The boards, commissions, and committees, we don't anticipate engaging them right now, but once we've received council direction on the preferred design, then we would be engaging them on specific topics. And we've included who we think we'd be engaging. So Architectural Review Board, Historic Review Board, the Ped Bike Advisory Committee, Planning Transportation Commission, and the Public Art Commission. And then, as I mentioned, the Retail Committee and City Council at key milestones. Next slide, please. So here's the working group. You can see business, community partners, and residents, and then the various groups are called out. So commercial property, Chamber of Commerce, retail, restaurant, personal services, other businesses. So kind of a wide variety of interests under the business group. Under community partners, we have Stanford University, Palo Alto Historical Association, the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition, as well as a group that could be kind of a community youth children's services group, and then a couple of residential representatives. Next slide, please. And here's a very tentative project timeline. You can see, as I mentioned, we're going to come back to you in September based on your direction today. And so this lays out sort of the overall project timeline. Again, it's a long-term project. It's going to take a while to kind of go through the CEQA analysis as well as the funding, and at this point, assuming an assessment district feasibility analysis and discussion through that. So next slide. And so here's some next steps. The immediate next steps based on your direction today would be to commence the stakeholder engagement and prepare a concept design, a preferred concept design, which would bring to the stakeholders, the retail committee, as well as council. We would need a consultant contract amendment because that was done in phases. So we would need that for the next part. And then the other two pieces are really the assessment district feasibility and environmental analysis, and obviously design and construction. So now we'll go into the council discussion part of the presentation, and we can walk through each of these slides before this.
Just give an indication of what.
Okay. So we'll just quickly go through the slides and then come back to it after public comments. So here's the affirming the long-term vision and the project goals. The next slide is about balancing the goals. And again, we have some recommendations there in terms of each of the goals and what we would recommend in finding a balance. And then the council discussion on just overall design concepts and images, if you have any feedback on that, as well as the stakeholder engagement strategy. And maybe we'll just spend a minute, if you can go back, sorry, Mahia, on the staff recommendations. It's a little hard for me to see. So for the first one, where we're talking about kind of balancing outdoor dining and gathering spaces with parking, we're recommending retaining at least 1/3 of the on-street parking, so that would support retail functionality, and if needed, capping the number of parklets. We don't really know at this point how many parklets are going to want to do the ongoing kind of parklet program. And then we would still continue to use the wider sidewalks for outdoor dining, retail, and other gathering spaces. In terms of the pedestrian and bicycle experience, again, as I mentioned, we would recommend maintaining the existing width of the travel lanes, expanding the sidewalk, and then encouraging the use of bikes on Lytton and Hamilton. In terms of special events, that's something that we think we should seek additional stakeholder feedback to determine what would be kind of an appropriate amount and duration of events. And then the cost alternatives, again, we do not recommend reducing the scope significantly, as that doesn't really support the vision and goals unless that's something we're going to reconsider. And if phasing is desired, as I mentioned, we'd recommend no more than 2 phases to minimize total costs as well as minimize disruption. So I think we can. And here's our recommendation. Again, we're looking for confirmation on various things, and we'll come back to the council discussion after public comment.
Back to you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Our first speaker is Claudia.
Hello. Hello, my name is Claudia from Cafe Venedia. First of all, I wanted to show gratitude for the possibility you have afforded our customers and the citizens of Palo Alto to be able to dine out indoors, outdoors in the Parklet program, and for your continued support with this long-term project. I really appreciate this long-term project. However, I wanted to point out that there's immediate issues in downtown Palo Alto that perhaps we can prioritize, or have the group prioritize. The first big problem is obviously all the vacancies that are a blight to our downtown. And I have personally spoken to venture capitalists and restaurateurs who want to come to downtown. However, they have cited that the cost of rents are basically, are extremely high. Specifically, they've noted that downtown Burlingame is exactly half the price of the cost of rentals in downtown. And I don't know how it is that you can possibly help that matter, but vacancies are a big problem. The second problem that we're dealing with right now, and hopefully it could be incorporated, is it goes hand in hand, either policing and the homelessness issue. Sorry, let me just say the homelessness issue is a big deal. This year has spiked. It's a personal observation that I've made, and also all my employees have, on an everyday basis, our customers get harassed by panhandlers, and also I see people sleeping on the sidewalks on University Avenue. And so my idea is that this could probably ameliorated by having police either on bicycle or walking. We discussed this in our last community meeting with the city, so they've heard this, but I think it's really important to discuss this as part of this project and in the long term. in the short-term order, I mean, and not just in the long-term order. And I personally, and then the other matter in general is I was extremely disappointed by the lack of bicycling amenities that were focused on University Avenue for this particular project. Of course, I understand all the arguments for and against, but at the same time, I've been asking for bicycle parking for about years, and I have not had any sort of additional parking in our block. We have basically two little systems where people can park their bicycles. In any case, that's it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cedric.
Good evening, council and staff. Thank you for working on this. I certainly encourage you to continue the parklet program, and thought it was a reasonable idea, from one of your prior speakers, to consider, our old parklets. Maybe they need to be allowed to continue. Maybe just check them out and make sure that they meet the safety requirements if that's a concern. The main reason I wanted to speak tonight is about biking through University Avenue. I try to bike everywhere I go as much as possible. I often, if I'm going to any destination on University, I will usually bike on University, not so much on the side streets. There's faster moving traffic on Lytton and Hamilton, and most of the destinations are on University. So I think it is perfectly reasonable to, and I would encourage you to reduce the travel lanes on University and put a striped buffer area between the travel lanes and the parked cars to delineate the door zone, and to put sharrows on University. As the staff noted, bicyclists will use University, whether it's the whole way or just part of the way. So we should indicate to the cyclists where is a safe place to ride and try to keep them out of the door zone, because otherwise bikes will, especially less experienced riders, may feel pressured to squeeze next to the cars, putting themselves in the door zone, as well as encouraging cars to try to pass them sort of unsafely. So traffic is already fairly slow, and because there's already a lot of friction. So it's not really going to get impacted by having the bikes in there. And it will be clear for the motorists and the bicyclists where the good place and safe place is to ride. That will increase safety for everyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lindsay.
Hello, I'm looking at what the consultant has presented, and I ask myself, why would I go downtown? I don't see anything that's really interesting or fun to do. So when I go downtown, I just go down strictly to do my business and go somewhere else. And yet I go down to Los Altos with my friends, and we walk about and we drop into little stores and do things and listen to music if it happens to be the first Monday. But I don't see any reason for me to go downtown. When I first moved here, I used to go down probably a couple of times every week maybe, and we would maybe go to a theater, and then we would go and have something to eat, and then we would walk about and drop into whatever was open. I don't see anything that would draw me downtown. All the theaters are gone. The fancy Hewlett-Packard Theater really isn't attracting people. It has a lot of potential, but nothing's happening. And I've lived here for about 50 years, so I lived here in the bad old days. And we had a Good Earth across from a pornographic theater on University. It was very racy, but it was much more fun, and now I don't see that. So I think you need to find out what would bring the Stanford students down there. What would make it more fun? I just don't see how this is going to work out in the long run, and it's very expensive. And I think there's some other ideas that would make it a lot less expensive and a lot more fun. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Megan Kay. Megan Kay, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Hi, everybody. This is Megan Kokab from the patio. I would like to thank council and everyone who has taken time out to join us tonight. The council has done a phenomenal job with parklets and outdoor dining and outdoor spaces through the pandemic. And I would like to thank them very much. It really made a difference for all of us. I mean, it kept a lot of businesses alive. I'm a little on the fence with what we're doing with parklets right now. I love my parklet. I love having people outside, but I also have a huge back patio. So I can't be selfish in this with the parking situation. I do worry. I look at the lot across from me and it is full. The other thing I'm seeing is a lot of crime, a lot of homelessness, a lot of dirt. And I commend the Palo Alto police for all that they do, but there are only so many of them. At some point, we're going to have to figure out how to make it safe, because even me, I mean, I'm a 45-year-old woman. I'm not that big. I'm nervous walking to Starbucks sometimes from the corner where I am of Lytton and Emerson down to the Starbucks, because we've got some really scary people. I chased someone who broke into a car the other night because they stole a beautiful bag. Like we've got to do something, because people are getting a little uncomfortable to come downtown knowing that their cars could be broken into. So if we could take a little bit of this money that we're making it beautiful and put it into policing a few more officers, I think that would be a really good idea. And like Lynn said, there really isn't a ton of stuff to do downtown. Perhaps we could consider making Lytton Plaza a little bit more enjoyable. Currently, I walk around and I see people smoking marijuana and homeless people camping out on benches. No parents want to take their children there. Nobody wants to go around that. And I know that we have to take care of these people too, but you know, we're all paying very large rents. And I really feel like we should be able to enjoy our spaces without being worried about crime and dirt and all these other things. I do like the look of it. I worry about the amount of it. The bulb outs are nice, but what are we going to do? Stand on a corner? I think it needs to be reworked before we throw a lot of money into something. I mean, we have the bulb outs now and we have homeless people sitting on benches. So we've got to come together and figure this out and not throw good money after bad. That's all. Have a great night. Thank you.
Our last speaker is John S.
Good evening, all. John Schenk with Thwaites Brothers again, and thank you for taking this up. I do think, as I mentioned earlier, that this is the prize. This is the long-term envisioning that will support retail, support vibrancy, and really, by doing so, support the entirety of the downtown community. I think often it's out of sight, out of mind. We don't think of the office employees. We don't think of the hotel guests, but these were the folks that were the source of, I forget the number, 70, 80% of retail sales before the pandemic. We need to think of all of this holistically. Public Works and the community had been working for, I don't know, a few years now, including bike committee members, retailers, property owners, et cetera, have been collaborating to come up with a concept that would allow the downtown to be reimagined, re-envisioned. It's kind of hit a speed bump, I guess, and kind of started again. But I encourage that we stay on that. We continue to engage the breadth of the community and make it happen. It's important. It's critical that we realize not everybody's going to be happy. Everybody's going to have a pet project or a pet detail or a pet something, and we can't go there. We need to allow the experts to do their jobs. I would hope you all would realize that the city and the property owners have aligned interests. We really do. I think in the last iteration of work through the Public Works Department or that the Public Works Department led, we had a concept that was similar to Burlingame Avenue's solution to what the reimagined downtown would look like. Theirs is excellent and wonderful on many fronts. Is it perfect? No, nothing's perfect, but it's wonderful. The expanded sidewalks, the dining outdoors, the comfort of walking up and down the avenue, shopping. It's really fantastic, and it's a very vibrant retail location. Safe and professionally designed streets and sidewalks are the goal. That's what we need. The Civic Center is another place that was identified in this past process, and I think Street Sense also had identified it as needing and being very appropriate place to reimagine. It's a huge space that's wildly underutilized. And maybe that becomes the performance center. That's the place to have the concerts. That's the place to have things. And then imagine the Centennial Alley becoming what it was supposed to be, this great connector between Civic Center and University Avenue. Anyway, please empower Public Works to continue down this path and support them. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on action item 16.
Great. Thank you to all of our speakers. We'll bring it back to council for questions and discussion. Councilmember?
I didn't have a light on.
Oh, sorry. You look like you were looking at me like you wanted to speak.
Why nobody else put a light on. That's what I was trying to figure out. All right. I think in general, the concept plan is pointing in the right direction. There were a few areas that I wanted to concur with some of the speakers. First, related to biking. While I wasn't in favor of the previous proposal on the bike lanes, as I recalled, on University, I am intrigued and wanted to ask staff about a proposal we saw in some of the written communications. One of the speakers about maybe a 3-foot stripe buffer between parallel parking and where we would have sharrows and cars running, so that bikes basically are not what's called doored, which is one of the highest incidences of severe biking accidents is actually the doors opening. So has that been evaluated at all, and does staff have any thoughts on that?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Council Member. So I think the shadows, yes, because we were looking at it as a shared bike route. So we would have the shadows. The 3-foot space, I think we'd have to look at some site conditions. We did, staff did talk about it. Travel lanes, the width of the travel lane, their recommendation would be to have at least an 11-foot wide travel lane, so not a 10-foot. And then that would leave 2 feet. But again, with the curb and gutter, they kind of need to look at that to see if just the striping would be okay, or if it would lead to more confusion as to whether that could be used as a lane. So that's something we could look at.
All right.
Yeah, and if I could just note in particular, and just to reinforce what Ashwini is saying, that's really, ultimately, that's just paint. So it's something that can be addressed as you progress further down the project.
Okay. And then Claudia from Cafe Venezia mentioned that she had been trying to get bike racks for a long while. And as much as we talked about how many bike racks spaces we have in downtown, and that we're going to we're looking at this more systematically in the bike and ped plan, I really do think that we need to have a way that we encourage businesses to identify needs for bike racks now. And we just provide whatever outreach we have. This would be one specific question that says, would you desire additional bike rack in front of or adjacent to your business? And then the staff report also talked about expanding loading and, maintaining loading and delivery. And one of the things I've raised a number of times for a number of years is that we really need to re-examine, not just in the downtown, but tonight we're talking about that, the transformation in needs for short-term parking. A dozen years ago, we didn't have rideshare and Uber drop-offs. We didn't have the amount of package deliveries that we have today. We didn't have DoorDash and food delivery services. We have short-term parkers just going in and out, and we have never really changed our thinking on what portion of parking should be for that purpose and where should it be for that purpose. And some of these can be in alleys as well. It's not necessarily on, and I would say preferably not on University itself. The perpendicular corners are great locations, but really looking at how to utilize some of the alley parking specifically or whatever it is. But to say we really have had a transformation in demand for short-term parking, and we haven't adjusted that way. And then John Schenk mentioned Centennial Alley, which goes to the huge public space, which is King Plaza, which has long been envisioned as Centennial Alley being this connection between University and this great public space. One of the problems is not only that we've allowed Centennial Alley to deteriorate in terms of being a kind of a pedestrian boulevard connecting the University and City Hall, but we don't have a mid-block crosswalk and never have. And yeah, there are 2 crosswalks on either way, but if we're going to make Centennial Alley something that is really meaningful in connecting these 2 spaces, that's a needed element. And I did see that the parking changes extended all the way down to, I think, was it Webster? Yeah. And I just would like to encourage us to reach out specifically to those businesses between Cowper and Webster and whether this vision should extend that far or not. And I don't have the answer, but I've always, the vitality of that area and kind of the pedestrian nature of it tends to kind of end around Cowper rather than Webster. And I don't know the right place to break it off, but I just want to put that out there. The cleaning that I saw we've done is really good. This, once again, the scope is technically University, but one of the problems that we've had forever is that our stairwells into the City Hall Plaza just have ongoing urine odors. And cleaning them every 2 weeks is just, I don't know what the frequency is now, but unfortunately that has to have a different cleaning schedule or it's really off-putting to people to use City Hall Plaza. And then we have the issue that we've heard for a long while. It's not our only issue, which is the rent rates for retail here. And we see vacancies, but we have vacancies similar to other cities in the area. Some are better, some worse, but we have higher retail rents than almost any of them. And it's a significant factor. It's not one that we really control, but I think we need to continue to put that out on the table. And that in past downturns, the property owners have said, I'm not going to reduce my rent because in order to get shorter term vacancies during a downturn, because I have faith that University Avenue will recover. It's such a high demand. But that was before we had such fundamental differences in shopping patterns for goods and in hybrid work. And I just think our property owners are clinging to the past as much as they may accuse us of doing the same thing. And then we really do have an increased problem with not just the unhoused, but really conduct of a portion of the unhoused in our downtown. I asked folks who are involved in this area whether all the communities on the peninsula are seeing a similar increase last couple of years, or is it disproportionately so in Palo Alto? And these are people who are working in these different communities. They said it's disproportionately so in Palo Alto. It's happening elsewhere, but for reasons we don't quite understand, it's become a greater problem here and proportionally greater than our nearby communities. And I think we have to recognize the problem and figure out what to do. We have our Project Homekeep project, hopefully within 6 months or so coming online, and hopefully that will provide transitional housing services. But I think we have to really try to understand this problem in greater depth. If we don't, we won't come up with any solutions. And I think we have to face up to it. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lowing.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I have a number of comments here. I think in general, you're going in the right direction, definitely compared to what we saw in December. It's in a much better direction. So your overall question about affirming the vision, I think is, I'm happy to affirm that vision, which you've articulated in quotes in a couple of spots. And I really appreciate in your comments that you use the word balance a lot, because that's what we're going to have to do here. There's a lot of sort of conflicting goals. We can't make all of them, or I'll say we shouldn't try to make all of them. One of the things, just almost a housekeeping item, and I think it was just overlooked, but when you state the bullet points on packet page 333 to articulate the intentions of the streetscape project, you don't actually mention retail. And I think that, after those 4 bullet points, or maybe at the above, the whole idea is to do what you say on the next page, which is to accentuate and enhance the retail environment. And more specifically, what we really want to do is have high visibility of and direction to the retailers. That's the point, is to, so when they get there, people are seeing kiosks, they're seeing handouts, brochures, whatever it is, technical exhibits, to show that there's a lot of cool places to shop as well. So I think you just need to bring that up a little bit in the objectives. Appreciate that you have addressed our concern about the sidewalks, which you note that can now ebb and flow. And that's better. It just adds more interest. A little bit narrower, a little bit wider. Any city you walk in, I think that's just adds interest. So appreciate you addressing that one. Honestly, I'm really concerned about the number of times you talk about gathering spaces and bulb outs, and warn us every time that that's going to lose parking spaces or something else. Or as Megan said, on a corner bulb out, do we just go stand there? What happens? So I think the balance is not correct on that. And I understand that the original consultants were all gung-ho about these things. But this is very valuable space right on the street or near the street for either a parklet or parking or something specific that I'm not suggesting we go the reverse and do nothing there and just leave it out. But quite apart from the cost, which I also want to get into, but I think there's just too much of that. We're trying too hard to be trendy or something, because all those build outs, we're not going to have a petting zoo and a merry-go-round and stuff like that. But we should have a couple of them, or you might have, instead of a petting zoo, a couple of, we call them cement animals that kids can climb and so on, because I do think we should have draws for kids and their parents to come down. I really support that public comment. So I think we need to tone that one down. And in terms of public space, I really appreciate the reminder from Mr. Shank that we have some. And it's also a reminder that with Centennial Alley, and you mentioned this last time, noting that we can't ignore adjacencies, particularly transportation adjacencies, like through that alley to get to a great plaza for all kinds of presentations. So instead of using up University Avenue space, just make that another entryway off of University Avenue and tell people what's down there, and you'd be benefiting the side streets as well. Then we get to the parking issue, and I think you're correct to say that we want to have, can't remember the wording you use here, but we want to have retail parking, and so the question is how much. And it's real. I mean, people want to go there and they want to see parking spaces. That's part almost of the marketing. And if you don't, and you drive around 2 or 3 times, you might go home. What I'm saying is you might not go to the garage. So that's something that we have to be serious about, and that means we have to keep some of the parking there. So a particular question, and I don't know the answer to it, but to me, it seems like if you're moving from angled parking and then doing parallel parking, for one thing, it makes it slower to park, because if you're doing the angled parking, you're zipping in. You have to be a little bit slower coming out because you can't see anything behind you. So I get that. But it seems like just the constraints of doing parallel parking, and some people, let's say it this way, respectfully, are not as good as others. There could be some real blockages there. Is that good because it's more friction and it slows down the cars? So that's an advantage or not? So I just think we need to get some feedback on that because I think it's going to definitely be slower and there's definitely going to be fewer cars there. Let's see. We may need to get to specific numbers. So at this point, not having heard all my colleagues, if we're going to cut 48, I would stop there and not go to another 70. I have some questions on costs, but I think I should come back to that and let people address some of the other issues first. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Vinger.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank staff for being responsive to the comments that we made in December and also being expressly so in the report. And I was pleased to see that alternatives had been taken to our retail ad hoc a couple of times. And I just want to make sure, is it Councilmember Burt and Councilmember Lowing that are on that? Who's on the retail? And Councilmember Koo and Councilmember Lithcott-Himes. The Vice Mayor's not on.
There
it.
has been some change.
Okay. Well, and so that goes to my point. I was going to say, could we make it a routine to put in our staff reports who's on the ad hocs that we're hearing back from? It would be helpful, I think, for a variety of reasons. I've noticed that a couple of times in other reports. Okay, thank you. Because one of the things I was going to ask was if the ad hoc members had any additional comments beyond, what we saw in the report. But so I'll be brief because I'm eager to hear that. But I did note, for example, on so the council had these 4 directions to staff, and the second one was consider moving bikes to Hamilton and Lytton and/or shrinking the travel lane. And we heard about the sharrows, and I agree that the idea of a buffer for the door to prevent dooring, I don't know what we call that, seems wise. But the staff is encouraging Lytton and Hamilton as the preferred routes with a class 2 bike routes, signage, education, et cetera. Could you tell us just a little bit more for the public and frankly for me about the difference between class 2 and 3 bike lanes?
Sure, council member. So class 3 there is no separate bike lane, it's just shared. And then class 2, we're looking at having a separate bike lane, but again, going through that master planning process. But that would be the difference. And then class 1 is really like a complete separate, no vehicular traffic bike lane. So
are we just at the conceptual stage on that for Lytton and Hamilton? Because I can envision issues around that as well, or is there more detail on thinking on the class 2 for those 2 streets?
We are at the very early planning stage. It's part of the citywide bicycle pedestrian transportation plan. So to your point, there's been no determination on what specific class should be pursued at any real location, other than the existing plan that already exists.
Okay, all right, but that'll be part of the larger citywide planning. Okay, that's good. Council Direction 3 about what we can do cheaply and quickly. I didn't see that section in the staff report. I saw 1, 2, and 4. Is there a reason for that? So like, for example, the bike one ends on page 340 and then it jumps to alternatives should cover a range of costs, which was 4. Because I'm eager to know what we could do cheaply and quickly. And I wondered if I just missed that.
Ms. Contact is looking to the specific reference, but in a nutshell, I think the presentation and report reflects really if the goal is to address the environment and provide a greater pedestrian experience, then the real options come down to phasing of how expenditures happen, but that there's not a low-cost way to replace the diagonal parking with parallel parking.
Okay, because I did read and take note of the pros and cons of the phased report, losing economies of scale, for example, not having that wow factor when you unveil the whole thing and all of that. I had thought perhaps the cheap and quick were things that just kind of before 5 years goes by, we have a little bit of an upgrade facelift, but I don't know if any thought or thinking has gone to that, or my colleagues on the ad hoc had looked at that.
Yeah, so council member, we briefly mentioned it in the background, and really what we discussed with the retail committee was looking at improving sort of the cleanliness, making minor infrastructure investments, knowing that this project, it's only like a 5-year timeline, right? So we were looking at what could we do, kind of the ROI on any investment. And so we've heard from a lot of stakeholders concerns about the cleanliness, and so that's something we focused on in terms of near-term improvements, looking at ways to kind of have additional trash pickup service, looking at additional power washing of different areas, things like that. But then also looking at removing aged news racks, right? Because those can be kind of unsightly. So going through the process for that, looking at bike racks, additional bike racks as needed, and then also some sidewalk improvements and things like that. So that's what we focused on. We're not really looking at kind of capital projects over this period of time because it doesn't seem like a wise investment.
I see. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm over time for now, so I will hold off. I think like the vice mayor just had some thoughts or questions about financing and costs and funding and such, but I will defer till later. Thank you.
Councilman Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Contact. Appreciate the presentation. I want to plus one some things my colleagues have said, including the importance of Centennial Alley becoming fully realized as the connector between University Avenue and King Plaza, to the more frequent cleaning of public spaces that smell like urine, to the concern about rents being too high and too many vacancies. Landlords tell me that people don't want to stand up businesses here because of the uncertainty in our environment around parklets, around cleanliness issues, around, lack of a coherent vision. And yet obviously plenty of businesses are here. So it makes me, it makes me wonder what we can do to sort of use this process to incentivize more businesses to be here, to attract more. To Councilmember Lowing's point, I feel like the vision statement and the project goals are really not speaking to business at all. You use the word retail, I would use the word business. We're talking about the birthplace of Silicon Valley, visually attractive streetscape with spaces and elements enhance the visitor experience, provide safe access for peds and bikes, encourage shopping, dining, and gathering. I'm wondering if we might add a sentence that says something like, by creating a vibrant, visually attractive streetscape that attracts businesses and supports them in thriving, or just something like that, to signal to them that, they are a key factor in the ability of University Avenue to thrive. If we have great businesses here with attractive storefronts and interesting products and services, people will come and hang out in those bulb outs and petting zoos. All right, so I'm interested as a question in what, if anything, can the city do to incentivize landlords to approach a more creative, bring a more creative approach to rents? I know that some landlords in our city do take rent as a percentage of profits. So the way that it's put to me is we do well when our tenants are doing well. And when our tenants aren't doing as well, we don't. But that allows the landlord to sort of rise and fall with the times the way their tenants do. I wonder whether there's merit in trying to incentivize that approach somehow, so that we could get more people in here taking a little bit more of a risk in standing up a business in an expensive city. Would love your thoughts as to the feasibility of us trying to incentivize that kind of behavior somehow.
I think, Councilmember, that's a good topic for us to engage with the stakeholders on, to see if there are creative solutions there that, quite frankly, I don't know that we're in a position to respond to in the moment.
Thank you. My next question is, does the striping that protects the theoretical striping that would protect bikers from getting doored, if those were painted onto the street, does that still give us the 26 feet that we need per the fire department regulations?
Yes, so the access would still be clear 26-foot wide. It's just how we define the travel lanes and how we stripe them.
Thank you. It sounds like the downtown area is well parked, and that based on the data we've been shown of pre-pandemic numbers in our parking lots, so that the removal of 48 spots still leaves us with vacancies in our garages at all times of day. Do I have that correct?
That's correct. The 48 and even the additional 70, and the 70 is just a hypothetical number. It's just looking at if we kind of lower the number of gathering spaces, if there's not as many parklets, we don't know yet, right? Like right now, it's only 18 spaces that are taken up by parklets. So it kind of depends how many we're gonna have. But yes, if we even took an additional 70, so that's just a scenario, we wanted to run some numbers to see where we would be at in terms of vacancies. The other thing that we're looking at is at least starting out with 4 of the garages doing kind of an automated parking count, because so then real time and on an ongoing basis, we can see how we're parked and how we're meeting the demands. So that would be something that's an important strategy to continually monitor, like, is the parking adequate?
Thank you. And relatedly, I note that you've indicated that if we reduce parking from 193 to 145, it therefore means we will only need 5 disabled parking spots.
Sorry, maybe clarification on that. So moving from angle to parallel, we would lose the 48. And we need to do that if we want wider sidewalks. Of the remaining parking spaces, the 145, we have to set aside 5 just per code. We have to set aside 5 of those as accessible spaces, which means they're wider and longer. They need to be like 13 feet by 20 feet or something like that.
The point I wanted to make is I think we want to try to be a city that does what we can for people with mobility issues. They're less likely to, for them to park in a garage far away is a much greater burden than for people who are more able. And so I realize it's all a balancing act, but I'd love to see I would hate to see a public comment, a bunch of folks saying, you've removed most of the blue placard spots in University Avenue and now I can't come. I think that would be a mistake we would regret. So I just would encourage us to not simply go with what's required, but maybe think of what's the signal we want to send as a city. I realize I'm over time, so I'll stop there.
Councilmember Ku.
Councilmember Livka-Hanks asked a lot of my questions also, so I really appreciate that. I think I wanted to say that, with the vacancies, we're so focused on the infrastructure and the services as well as the design that, for the immediate fixes, but the programming and business are not really finding its way here, right? So I think that on another end, we do have to start doing that. And I've said it for many years that rents are very high, and we have some property owners who says that for them, they're not. So for those property owners, I really appreciate, how they are having rents that does entice businesses to come in. But I do think that, we have talked about a vacancy tax before, business vacancy tax, and especially for ground floor areas. And I think I have mentioned this before, that would be interesting to kind of see what other cities have done. I know San Francisco has done one, and that might be something that we might want to explore and take a look at. I don't know what other cities have done, so it would be nice to have staff come back with a few of those so we can explore them and understand what it entails. There's the talk about Kings Plaza. That centerpiece in the middle where there's a whole bunch of grass. Sometimes I look at it and I think that's space has become such a valuable commodity or asset that perhaps we should think about that area that is not used to become a stage, maybe, and because I do see a lot of times when there's events that happen over there, people are standing on the edge of it. Why not just make it into a stage that is usable by people? And when it's not being used as a stage, it might be a sitting area or something. But naturally, that would need also electrical and speaker systems or whatever. But I think that's another thought to consider. And that would continue the Centennial alleyway to connect into different areas. In regards to bicycle on University Avenue, and so I am not able to envision or have a vision of how you have the width for the 2 lanes so that it doesn't become too tight and that fire trucks can come in. And today what happened in Redwood City is an exact example of why we need to have sufficient space for emergency response. Then, having wider sidewalks and then having the parking and then the area for no car door hits and then the bicycle lane. So I think, I can't imagine that on that very, very narrow piece of road that has been there forever, but we continue to not look at planning it right and looking at transportation, congestion, circulation, and all of that, but continuing to build high density. So I would love to have a visual of how that would look like, and another picture of a visual of without the bike lanes there. Or they're just using the street, or, like you had recommended, that perhaps they go on other streets. Regarding bicycle parking, and I hear you, there are some businesses where people go there by bicycle, but I would really want to have considered that a business that wants to have bicycle racks, that you give them 3 or 4 designs that would be consistent throughout town, and then they can choose to perhaps get a permit to install those bicycle parking racks, or whatever they're called. Lastly, I think even on restaurant services, I think Palo Alto TMA should be reaching out to all of those businesses in order to encourage more people to have different alternative transportation. So, and to contribute to that service rather than to the TMA versus having the city constantly funded when this is all a big subsidy, right? I did want to say I participated in one of the stakeholder meetings. I forget which one it was for California Avenue or downtown, but I thought Mr. Mike Wong did a really great presentation on some of the immediate things that the city has hopped on and really done a great job on. So I think maybe that's a presentation I would encourage you to bring to the retail committee. I went over. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. I think overall, really great discussion tonight. Appreciate a lot of the questions and comments made by my colleagues, and really appreciate staff bringing this back. It's been a long time coming. Really excited about most of the recommendations that are here. A few questions. I think downtown Palo Alto continues to be one of the premier shopping destinations in the Bay Area. I have friends from all across the Bay, Fremont, San Jose, San Francisco, and oftentimes when we get together, most of the time people want to come to University Avenue, and it's just such a pleasant place to grab dinner and walk around and shop in the retail. But I think we all agree it also needs some upgrades, and I think a lot of these upgrades tonight are really going to help our businesses, those that are struggling and those that are really finding a lot of success, just continue to be able to do well. So just a couple of. Oh, and one thing I was really excited to actually see was, and I know it's a bit ambiguous right now, but this idea of drawing attention and showcasing the history and landmarks, especially of some of the tech landmarks and areas of cultural significance that we have in downtown Palo Alto. There's very little that shows off those incredible landmarks. A lot of them I had no clue even existed until Councilmember Burt was kind enough to show me around and some other visitors one day. And it really is an incredible history that we have within just a few blocks of this building. And the fact that there is almost nothing there is a real missed opportunity for Palo Alto. So excited to see that plan develop as we move forward. I also had kind of a question as kind of the significance of these bulb outs at intersections, and then even potential of bulb outs mid-intersection. And I appreciate some kind of models and photos that you showed tonight about what those could look like. I think it makes sense to have some of them, but I agree with the Vice Mayor. The way the report described it was that these are going to be everywhere, and I don't know if that's necessary. And I think I just want to better understand kind of what staff is envisioning with those spaces, and is there really the demand for as many of these bulb outs that's kind of being proposed or thought of? Do you have thoughts on that?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you for the question. So actually, this is great feedback because, again, we heard maximize gathering spaces, and we wanted to kind of show that these could happen at intersections. It could happen at mid-block. We could expand plazas, but they would have to be programmed. I mean, some of them would be just, inviting spaces for people to come, but other spaces, I mean, to your point and to what the Vice Mayor said, there's only so much that you could kind of fill these spaces with. And so hearing sort of your feedback on, yes, we like the idea of some. When we come back to you with a preferred concept, we would be kind of finding that balance where it would make sense and which parts of University it would make sense to locate these, where maybe we would have a couple of expanded plazas and where we would just leave it for parking or maybe parklets as they come forward.
Great, and I think that's where that working group is really going to come in handy, getting that feedback from the businesses and the community. So I do think it's a need, but don't need it everywhere. And then finally, I appreciate a lot of the conversation around the unhoused within the community, and especially around downtown Palo Alto. I think many of us, Councilmember Burt, discussed the hopes that our Project Home Key will be able to remove some unhoused from the street and provide them some interim housing. Although I believe over the weekend, the Post revealed a story that there's a shelter in Sunnyvale that's going to be, I think, transitioning to only for families and not single men, and that could then the Supervisors Committee and discuss the possibility of a lot of the space that we were hoping for at Project Home Key now might be filled with many people from Sunnyvale. And so, I'm concerned about the impact on that we'll have in Palo Alto. And so I do think we're going to need some more intentionality around our strategy for the unhoused. And I wonder, I remember several years ago when I was on the Human Relations Commission, there was like a community ambassador, or I don't know what their role was, but there was like a community ambassador. I don't know if they were from the Opportunity Center or from the county, and they had these really well-developed relationships with the unhoused within the community, and they would kind of walk the streets frequently and would be on a first name basis with most. Do we still have, is there still anyone that fulfills that role at the city, at the Opportunity Center, at the county level?
We do have caseworkers that are working throughout town. They are under contract, and so that's a somewhat limited but available resource. The other that probably fits the description you just shared at this point is the officer we have that had been previously paired with a PERT clinician, and so that is again a limited resource, but one that is available.
Yeah, and I was doing a little research, kind of on this, and the PERT program of course, we've had some staffing issues, but I think was the product of a lot of really kind of great intent. I think we spotted a real need and developed a really great program, and I like the out of the box thinking that kind of came from that. The city of Anaheim did something very similar to PERT, but with the unhoused. They called it their community care response team. And what that does, very similar to kind of the PERT program, is redirects calls that would traditionally go to the police department to handle incidents with the unhoused to other mental health professionals, health clinicians, caseworkers, social workers, security officers, who then are able to kind of go out, make those relationships. I'd imagine that's going to be a significant cost, not really something that we're considering here. But I think as we move forward for a more long-term strategy, continuing to reimagine how policing works in a way that is going to be able to address these problems. Because I appreciated from the business owner that we heard tonight, who has concerns when walking from her business to Starbucks. I've heard that from a lot of other residents within the community as well. And if there was an opportunity for people to be able to call in to another line that is not, I think a lot of people are intimidated by calling 911 or even the non-emergency number, and to be able to call in and actually have a mental health professional or other type of social worker make that contact in a more humane way, I think that could go a long way. So really appreciate where we're at with this. I think we're moving in the right direction. I definitely support the staff motion. So let's bring it back now for another round of comments and try to get to a motion. Councilmember Tanaka.
So yeah, thanks staff for putting this together. I think my main issue I have with what's going on right now is I'm looking at slide 5, and you started March 2022 and it's now May 2024, so it's over 2 years later, and it's incredibly slow. It's been over 2 years, and I feel like we have a business emergency. If you look at all the vacancies we have in our downtown, it's terrible. It used to be the place to be. It used to be the hot place, and now we're like the vacant place, and something's wrong. And while we're having this kind of business emergency, I feel like we're moving like slower than slow, and I don't think we're competitive anymore. If you look at other cities, look at Redwood City, you look at Mountain View, much more happening. I think the unhoused issue is serious. It's something I've heard from a lot of people. I think there's an enforcement issue. I think we need to empower the police to actually enforce the laws that we have. I do agree with the comments from my colleagues that the place needs to be much cleaner than it is. It's hard to track people if you don't keep the city clean. I think this whole process needs to be like, we need to move like 4 times faster than we are, or something like that. We need to fast track the redevelopment, the streetscape. We need to actually make it happen. It's 2 years and really nothing's happened, right? And it's not acceptable. I think more and more businesses are going to close down. More and more people are not going to come here for business. They're going to go to other cities. So I think this is a serious problem. And I think some people have mentioned before, but I think for business owners who are trying to look to open up shop here, the amount of uncertainty going on in terms of is it going to be this or that or whatever, as it drags on for years and years and years, is not good. And so I think we need to kind of solve that issue too, because people are going to try to invest capital in our city, but if they're not sure that their parklet or whatever is going to be okay, they're simply not going to do it. And finally, I know we're looking at doing bulb outs and this and that, but if anything, we should just do the parking garage that we were planning to do originally, if we're going to try to take away street parking. So at least make it easy for people to come to our city and shop. Thanks.
Mayor, if I can make a comment just as you begin your next round, just to reflect on the comments we've heard and really acknowledge and appreciate the feedback from council. Do want to perhaps provide appropriate context for this item here tonight, which is a piece of the puzzle, an important piece, a really critical piece, but not just a piece of the puzzle. We absolutely do need to continue to focus on the immediate issues, both cleanliness, safety, and at the same time acknowledging the success that is currently occurring here in Palo Alto. So recognizing how difficult it is, really going to suggest laser focus on the streetscape and how we will proceed in our next steps. Also mindful of your docket tonight and other items you need to get to.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, thanks. I'd like to shift over to the costs and ask a couple questions about that because I couldn't quite get the math to work. First of all, you said that each block takes between 800K and 1.5 million. Did I understand that right?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So if we go with the scope as envisioned right now, the full scope with changing the alignment, wider sidewalks, then it's 9 blocks and it's about $5 million and $20-30 per block. If we kept the alignment as is and just invested in sort of enhanced landscaping, features, updating, certain areas, then it's about 800,000 to 1.5 million per block. So it's significantly less, but that's because 80% of the costs are associated with kind of realignment.
Or narrowing the street. I think just really, again, it's narrowing the street for the purpose of a better pedestrian experience.
Right. So maybe I didn't do the math right, but I was trying to average the 1.5 million and the 800 and see what that tallied up to. And I was looking at, if it's 800 per block, it's like 7 million. If it's 1.5 million, it's 13 million, which is a huge difference. That's about 50% difference just in those costs. But when you said it was 80% cheaper, it doesn't seem like you can get 80% cheaper. If it went up to 45 million, which is your new projected price, which is like a 15% increase since we talked last time, 6 months ago, but it is what it is. I don't see us reducing the cost by 80%. So I'm just, it doesn't look like it gets there. I get more like 16 to 30% is all we can reduce costs.
So maybe I can kind of reframe and then ask the consultant who's worked on the cost estimate to come up, Vice Mayor. But what we're saying is that when we look at the 45 million, a majority of the cost, it's related to kind of the utility relocations, the sidewalks, all of that.
Right.
So majority of that is about 80% is related to that. If we looked at reducing the scope, we're thinking that the scope would still involve redoing some of the kind of intersections and stuff. So it's not exactly 80%. We're looking at a reduced scope that would be about the 800,000 to 1.5 million per block. And I'll look for additional clarification.
So give me the math that calculates what we saved there compared to the 45 million. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My name is Robert Stevens. So the reduced scope of work is a very rough estimate that if we were to look out there and we were to add some additional landscaping, remove some hardscape, replace it, add some additional benches, widen some bulb outs, it could cost anywhere from $800,000 to about $1.5 million a block, depending on what type of amenities you put in there.
Got that.
So it's a very, very small number, and it depends a lot on kind of what you would put inside there. The bigger cost and the $45 million that's I projected that the project will cost to construct in the $20-30 assumes basically complete reconstruction of the street. So if there's no direct reduction in terms of percentage of reduced cost, it's basically saying if we just went out there and cleaned up the street, we could spend, I don't know, $800,000 to $1.5 million per block. And that's a typical number you'd see on a street improvement project.
So again, just to bottom line it, if you're trying to compare it to the 45 million, the total is 7 to 13 million. And that's again by not narrowing the street.
Right, that's exactly what I got. So there's a lot of room to work there because we don't want bulb outs everywhere. So I'm obviously I'm trying to probe of what could we do that's a lot cheaper than 45 million, which also to segue to Councilmember Tanaka's, the only mistake that you made is that it's actually 3 years, Greg, not 2 years. Would like to accelerate that. So if we do a little bit less, then we might be able to get it done faster, which would be great. Just sort of probing the parameters here.
Yeah. Again, I think, and maybe worth just sticking with this because I'm perhaps not understanding where you're driving. There's what's the phrase? A step function. There's an incremental.
Yeah.
If you're going to narrow the streets to take out the diagonal parking and put in parallel, that's a big ticket item, and that will get you into that $40-ish million price tag. So the question, if we'd like to not have that magnitude of investment, is what can you do basically with the street alignment that it is today? And that does provide the in-between or the lower dollar figure. So perhaps what's really needed here is to allow staff to move to the next phase, which will be to apply these principles to specific blocks and work with the stakeholders to see what where the options are to not or to reduce costs where possible.
Yeah, that's where I was going, is if we could just see what we get for a cheaper price that still looks great, but maybe not greatest. That's something that in our fiduciary role, we should be evaluating. Okay, those are my questions on finance. I know Councilmember Rager had some similar questions, but.
Councilmember Vinker.
Sure. Well, mine was actually slightly different. It's on the money thing, but I think being mindful of our charter tonight, I won't go too far into it. I just want to ask a question, which is, in the staff report, it says that, right now we have not established a funding source. The project could be funded by an assessment district, development impact fees, enhanced infrastructure financing district, grants, or some combination of those. And then a little later, under next steps, and I think listening to your oral presentation tonight, it seems as if we're expecting to solve this with an assessment district. And I'm just wondering if that's news to our business community, or if that's something we've floated, or that's going to be part of reaching out, because it strikes me as kind of a big deal. It
has been a part of the conversation from the very beginning of this project. So it's not a surprise. Again, as has been discussed, the specifics of that are really yet to be determined. And I think we recognize that it would not be 100% assessment district because there are general public benefits in addition to benefits that would accrue to specific businesses or specific properties.
Thank you. And I remember reading that, depending on how large the district is, does it go into side streets? If so, how far, blah, 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 it would change, the per parcel or per business cost. But is the intent to explore that alongside some of this visioning and other aspects, or what's the process for that? With the stakeholder group, I mean.
Yes, we've already heard from some stakeholders about looking at an expanded area. This is where the project started, which is why we kind of talked about the initial boundary as we kind of engage with the stakeholders. And once we have a preferred concept, we would be going into kind of the feasibility analysis of the assessment district. That's the time to look at kind of what makes sense. Sometimes you look at both, kind of looking just at university and looking at side streets, and then what would that result in terms of assessments.
Okay, I just want to make sure there's sort of conceptual buy-in, conversation, discussion, identification of hurdles or pushback, so we don't get some exciting idea and run into a hurdle there.
Your caution is well-founded and absolutely, I think it's an ongoing conversation. The good news is they're in the conversation.
That's good. And then just specifically, you asked about for direction on long-term goals. I just mentioned feedback on stakeholder engagement. To me, those are a couple things that go hand in hand. So, we are a destination city. We are uniquely known in the world as the birthplace of Silicon Valley, and I think we are and should be proud of that. So I like that theme, as long as the stakeholder feedback group thinks they can make it work to enhance their businesses. I mean, University Avenue can serve a lot of purposes for this city because we are a somewhat unique city. We need to make sure it works for locals for their shopping needs, for our retailers, for their business needs, and for our visitors because then we get the hotel tax, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a big ask. There's a lot of, consumers and people we're trying to serve, but I think we can do it, and obviously that's why we're putting so much attention to this tonight. But I think playing on what's unique and what we're proud of is a good idea. So I'm generally affirming that direction as long as we sort of crystallize that vision into something that is operable for our businesses. And finally, on the parking, it appears you have that handled, in terms of the % vacancies right now it's surrounding, that if we decrease it by the amount you're envisioning to do whatever number of bulb outs we end up doing. It seems like that is fine directionally. So I think that is the kind of feedback you're looking for. So thank you.
Great, thank you. And let's try to get to a motion as well, because we're quite a bit past our time. Councilman McCoo?
With the direction on long-term vision and goals and design themes, so I just want to put a plug in for wider sidewalks, because that is a very comfortable feeling when people are walking down and there is that space. And so that would have a set width for sidewalks that is going to be regulated so that in the future there isn't built to the street kind of thing, and I think it will be good for stakeholders also to identify side streets as well as the streets that are part of the core downtown area. Again, I really want to emphasize that, we're really focused on, these design themes, the vision and so forth, but we also have to have immediate visions of enticing businesses to come here. So we can't continue to be paying for events and so forth. And so getting that bid back into play is really important because they are part of reinvigorating this community, the downtown area. And that's an immediate need if we're going to make downtown vibrant again. Lastly, I just want to say with the improvements and then in the strategy to ensure that University Avenue remains a best-in-class commercial district, again, this goes back to the programming and enticing businesses. So if we're going to continue being that, then that has to be part of it because Stanford Mall is getting it. They have all the programming. They're enticing businesses to come in. They're doing what it's necessary to beautify the area. It's walkable. People like sitting out there in between the planters and all that with beautiful flowers. They're going to Town and Country as well. So that is all part of enticing business to come in. And that's what's going to make downtown vibrant. With regards to stakeholder working group, There is in the paragraph, it says they will provide input on both the long-term and near-term improvements for University Avenue while not voting nor making collective recommendations. So how do we address the near-term improvements that the stakeholder groups are going to bringing forward? Define for me near term, what is the time period?
So near term, we're looking at the next 4 to 5 years before the streetscape improvements are done. And they're really more as we're kind of rolling out pilot programs, whether it's enhanced cleaning, whether it's other improvements, getting feedback on what's working, what isn't, where we need to tweak. So kind of engaging them on that because they're the ones that are getting impacted by a lot of these improvements, and we'd like to hear from them.
Did I hear you right that near terms is about 4 years?
Yes, I mean, this project would be, depending on the timeline that we've, proposed, it would take about 5 years to 7 years to kind of go into effect, assuming one phase. And so really the near term is between now and then. There could be a midterm, but again, investing a lot of money when we're going to rip everything out doesn't make too much sense. So
I think I would love to understand, I would love kind of like a thought process and then also working it out so that it is actually defined what is immediate, what is near, what is mid, and what is long. So with the working group, because as you see, some of the council members has already said that this has been a long process. So again, going back to the immediate, near, mid, long.
Yes. Councilmember, I think you raise a critical point, which is basically how we call it, manage the scope on this effort that we actually get it done. And quite frankly, to my earlier comment of this is a piece of the puzzle, this is the long-term project. And we hear and recognize the interest of on what happens today, tomorrow, next week. At the same time, in order to get this long-term project moving, and again, we hope into reality, we will need to manage the amount of time we spend with the stakeholder working group on those near-term interests in comparison to getting this longer-term project into its next phase. So point well taken, and I think with staff, we're going to need to manage expectations for how a stakeholder working group focused on this long-term project is also involved in anything shorter term.
What I'm trying to also emphasize by bringing this up is that I don't want all of our focused in this long term, and then we're sacrificing some of the businesses and their well-being. At the same time, also not attracting new businesses also. So that's just why I kind of need that definition, and I think a lot of the public might want to know that definition as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, thanks. I'd just like to follow on to that tension between the long term and the near term. I strongly believe that we need to make more rapid progress on near term measures where it's here, whether it's here or California Avenue, but the buy-in from the community and from the property owners and the businesses will be greater toward the investment in the long term if they see progress happening. And they're very frustrated, as is the community, that what the council had directed on short-term measures just are not happening at the pace of surrounding communities and at the pace that we expected and thought we were directing. So I think for several reasons, we need to move first on the short-term successes and then build off of that, as opposed to putting so much focus on a massive long-term project and not making near-term success. And the nearer-term things are lower cost and probably more cost effective per dollar spent. The long-term project is something I believe we should pursue, but we need to show progress now, and that will build support for the longer term project.
But to move things along, I'll move the staff recommendation. I assume those are what you put on slide 37, the 4 different staff recommendations.
So, Mayor, slide 37 has the kind of balancing the various interests, and staff had some recommendations there. And then the overall recommendation for the item is on slide 39.
Well, 39 seemed to just be what you were looking for tonight, but no real actual direction that we were giving back to you.
So it could, to your point on the motion, it could effectively direct staff to pursue the goals as stated on those 2 slides, 37, and I believe I guess that's it. 37, and then also with the 37 and 38. Thank you.
37 and 38. Yep, that works.
I'll second that. Excuse me.
Great, thank you.
Does the staff think that we should itemize that we want to look at least 2 cost alternatives, or is that understood?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I think we understand that you'd like us to look at maybe some portions, and again, we'll get that through the stakeholder engagement process, but maybe there's some portions that we don't kind of narrow the street and we look at cheaper alternatives there.
Right. Okay.
And I don't know about we don't need 2 in that motion. I think with the clerk, I think we just intended the language on slide 37 has staff recommendations. That's what I intended to move. And then city manager pointed out also the recommendations as well on slide 38. So if you could modify that. And open to feedback from council. Just wanted to have a place for us to start, so I don't need to really speak to this anymore. Vice Mayor Lowing?
I'm good.
No? Okay, Councilmember Burt?
Yeah, thanks. I'd like to offer one additional amendment, which is to direct staff to pursue the short-term, near-term projects on an expedited basis.
I'll accept that.
Okay. Yes.
Mayor Stowe, may I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you, Councilman Koo.
On the staff report, attachment B, interim measures and improvements, is that something that staff wants direction on? Through the mayor.
Actually, well, to Councilmember Koo, your earlier comment, believe having Mike Wong present to the retail committee would provide a good update on what's happening there, but it does reflect the work plan ahead. So the motion as stated is fine, and I think we've got a path forward for how to bring that back.
And I think this is very appropriate because it talks about interim, right? So we can actually perhaps include in that, you know, the immediate and near, mid, long. Thank you.
Other discussion while the clerk's working on the motion?
freeze, so we're talking about as it relates to the staff.
We still have just for item 1 on this motion, that doesn't seem to be any specificity for staff.
Right. This clerk should really go back to, and I don't remember the wording. It was approve the balancing of goals as reflected on the presentation slides 37 and 38. As replacing number 1.
Great. And I haven't consolidated all my power into being mayor and vice mayor. So just change vice mayor to allowing.
I suppose actually, I'm sorry, just now looking at it. Number 1, the balancing of goals. Oop, don't. Okay, so let me suggest, clerk, when this slows down enough for me to see what's changing, in addition to balancing of goals, it's and next steps. And that would encapsulate the design concepts as well as the stakeholder engagement strategy. And I'm sorry, you don't need to say any or articulate any of that. I'm just explaining what next steps mean. Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any further discussion? And Councilman Tanaka.
To make it so we don't go into year 4 or 5, which I'm afraid we might do here. How about if we have some sort of deadline? Because I think there's nothing like a deadline to make something happen. Because right now we've been at this for, as the vice mayor said, for 3 years, and this might be going on to year 4 or 5 or 6. And I'm afraid that if we don't have a deadline, it's going to keep on going.
Are you proposing a deadline?
Any deadline is better than no deadline, because I think if you don't have any deadline, it's going to keep on going. That's my fear. The next council, the council after the next one will keep on talking about this. So if you want me to propose, I'll propose a year from now.
Councilmember Mayor, slide 33 has the schedule for the project, and as indicated, it does show would want to come back with the preferred concept to you this fall. It's your year.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I look at this is like, we're 2024 right now, and it looks like this is not going to happen until 2029. I mean, just think about that. That's 5 years from now. I mean, that's kind of insane.
Well, there are a number of steps that will occur in between. Part of it is, the concept we're talking about is a major public works construction. But that said, as has been discussed, we'll also have the ability to focus on the more immediate actions as well. So the out years for the public works construction, but we've got a number of steps that will occur in between now and then.
Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Manager, could you clarify whether that's because it just takes a project of this size takes public works that much time to kind of tee it up and prepare for it, or because there are a lot of other things in the pipeline for public works in the interim competing with this priority?
Well, it's really the process ahead, especially should it relate or involve an assessment district, because there are a number of steps involved with establishing an assessment district. It's basically like a small taxing district, as well as the environmental review required for the project. So that's really what drives the timeline, and it is a major public works project as well. in effect, as someone who actually lived through and watched the reconstruction of what was Santa Monica Mall into 3rd Street Promenade, I can tell you that that is a very significant undertaking in an area that we already have thriving businesses. So we want to make sure it's done in a way that maintains and builds on that success.
Okay. Seeing no further lights, let's take the vote.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Sorry, I made a proposal, so I guess, did you guys reject it or what?
You didn't offer we had the 1 year. Isn't that already in the staff's timeline? You saying 1 year for construction?
Okay. So how about, Vice Mayor, you were saying something and I didn't quite hear.
I was saying you could incorporate the first deadline, which is preliminary design, for fall of 24.
Okay, it's better than nothing. Do you guys accept that?
Preliminary design. It's already in here.
All right, sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
If I might just note, I just heard staff is freaking out because the timeline shows this fall would be the preferred concept, and it would actually then start preliminary design. So you won't have and again, these are terms of art. So what I call a preferred concept, you might call a preliminary design, but the engineers are acknowledging that will follow the fall.
I mean, my
preferred
fear,
concept.
Yeah, my fear here is, I feel like downtown's falling apart. Like I feel like downtown's on fire and we're just walking. We're like slowly shuffling our feet here. So I just feel like we need to have some sort of aggressive timeline to make some progress. So I mean, this is maybe some deadlines better than no deadline, but still, if this is the timeline, we're not gonna get this till 5 years from now. This is just doesn't seem. I don't know what the businesses in downtown are going to say, but if I was them, I wouldn't think this is acceptable.
Okay. See no further lights. Take the vote.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker.
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Moving on now to item 17. This is a public hearing and a first reading on ordinance amending several chapters. And this is also kind of known as our one margin. I know staff has a staff report.
Yes.
And
we're just
as a reminder to staff and council, we're an hour past our schedule.
How's that for your marching orders? Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. I'll be really brief. Sorry I can't be there in person tonight. Jonathan Abendschein is going to run point on the presentation and help guide any questions the council may have on any responses to questions you may have. Mr. Abendschein, I'll turn it over to you.
Evening, council members, Jonathan Abendschein, an assistant director in utilities. I'm joined with several other staff from Planning and Development Services and several consultants who can answer questions. I'll give you the 2-minute version tonight rather than going through all the slides. Tonight, staff is proposing 2 ordinances to amend our two parts of the Palo Alto Municipal Code that have local amendments to the state's Energy Code and Green Building Code. The Green Building Code amendments are the simpler of the two. They do two things. First, they remove our existing all-electric construction requirements, which we believe are not compliant with the recent Ninth Circuit Court decision. And second, they make some changes to the city's electric vehicle charging standards in new construction to align them with some upcoming changes to the State Green Building Code effective July 1st, 2024. Very minor changes. The Energy Code amendments will add new requirements that are expected to result in more all-electric construction in a way that complies with the standards laid out by the Ninth Circuit's decision. The ordinances use a standard that is currently in the state code called hourly source energy that serves as a proxy for carbon emissions. We're recommending adopting stricter hourly source energy requirements than the state. Electric, space, and water heating, which has lower carbon emissions, has an easier time complying with these requirements than gas. It's worth noting that these requirements only affect space and water heating, but these represent 90% of a home's emissions. And even during the moratorium, over 75% of homes are still being built all electric. So we expect these requirements will drive that percentage even higher. And those homeowners who choose to install gas will still be required to make their homes electric ready, which will ease home electrification in the future. One thing we are seeking council direction on tonight is gas grills, stoves, and barbecues. These are the only home appliances we found that are not subject to the Ninth Circuit's framework. And our previous code already prohibited these. We just want to know if you want this prohibition to continue. It's worth noting that the prohibition would not restrict people from using commonly used freestanding propane tanks that most people use for their outdoor cooking equipment. It would just restrict permanent plumbing for outdoor cooking equipment. If adopted tonight, the ordinances would still need to be submitted to the California Energy Commission and the Building Standards Commission, so they wouldn't become effective immediately upon second reading. We think the earliest the ordinance could go into effect is September of this year, but it'll likely be later. It'll remain in effect until the next 3-year code cycle, which begins January 1st, 2026.
All right, excellent. Great, thank you very much. Appreciate that brief report, and let's turn it over to public comment.
Our first speaker is Susan C.
Hi to all of you. And first of all, thank you to staff for developing this comprehensive staff report for a policy to replace our all-electric new home reach code. Appreciate all the time, research, and skill that went into this report. Since you can no longer mandate all-electric homes, I am asking you to incentivize in additional ways all-electric homes. And two possibilities that I just want to mention. One is to publish far and wide, everywhere you can think of, how all-electric new homes are more affordable and easier and faster to build. Why? Because installing one energy system, electric, is less expensive and easier than installing two energy systems, gas and electric. This is a fact that needs to be highlighted to developers, architects, and homeowners. All-electric homes cost less and are easier and faster to build. Second, develop and implement a policy to fast-track building permits for all-electric homes. Again, processing a permit for a home with one energy system, electric, is less time-consuming than processing a permit for a home with both gas and electric, which will now have to meet the one margin standards, making it a more complicated process. Making the permit processing easier and faster will be a big incentive to homeowners and developers. Again, importantly, publicize this everywhere. Finally, please approve this policy as quickly as possible. Time is of the essence as we move toward our 20 by 30 goal. I'm sorry, towards our 80 by 30 goal. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hillary G.
Good evening, council members and city staff. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there with you tonight, but I also wanted to extend my thanks to staff for moving so quickly to put the one margin-based ordinance together. When we met a few months ago, we all agreed that time was of the essence, and you have definitely met that objective tonight. Of course, we need to continue to move quickly tonight to ensure we get the documents to Sacramento before the summer break. I encourage council to think creatively about potentially accepting this proposal after the first reading tonight and perhaps not having a second reading. That may enable us to make a difference in getting the new codes in place early in the fall. I know that once we hand it off to the state, it's in their hands, but the sooner we get it in their hands, the better. I do want to encourage council to maintain the bans on outdoor barbecues and other gas users in backyards, as those are just more gas lines that will have to be decommissioned sometime in the relatively near future. We also are a little alarmed about the fact, I know, Jonathan, you presented it's only 25%. I looked at it and say, oh my gosh, nearly a quarter of all permits are asking for a range of gas appliances. We had thought maybe it would just be gas stove, but apparently it's a lot of gas water heaters. So getting our new codes approved as soon as possible could have a positive impact on reducing emissions in the city. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Cedric.
Hello, good evening again. Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that we seem to have to get away from all electric mandate. Not sure what that's about. I think there might have been some threat of a lawsuit or something, but I think the prior first speaker mentioned, incentivizing all electric, or how can you streamline that? And maybe the other component is maybe there could be additional fees for people who want to do new gas hookups because of the risks and the effects that these gas hookups can make short-term and long-term, both for climate as well as for fire risk. So I think there's a lot of legitimate reasons to want to disincentivize new gas hookups. And so maybe we can make it more expensive and therefore less desirable to do that. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on action item 17.
Great, thank you. Bring it back to the dais for questions, comments, motions. Councilmember Vinger.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. And I want to add my kudos to the public commenters' kudos. Thank you, staff. We pushed you to come back before break and you did it. And I think you did it in fine form. The staff report was really helpful, laid it all out clearly, and just thank you very much for that. I want to, also emulate staff and be relatively short tonight with my comments, because I think this is something that it's a pretty clear decision. We were all disappointed that we couldn't keep our prior reach codes, but these come pretty darn close. And, the speakers spoke about incentivizing all electric, and I think you do that. You talked about the cost savings in the staff report that set up significant economic incentives to avoid the mixed fuel construction, because if you do that, you got to offset it with energy efficiency, solar, storage, all kinds of things that drive up the cost both of building and owning and maintaining the building afterwards. So I think they're right. Let's let folks know that. And while 75% are opting for all electric without the requirements that we're hopefully about to adopt, I think that, and we're concerned about the 23% or 25%. Hopefully with these new one margin requirements, we'll see a significant reduction in that number. And on that note also, I appreciate the feasibility analysis that you did with respect to making sure that reaching those energy margins, is cost effective. I was mentioning, I think it's really helpful that we've done that analysis, because of course, we don't want to chill the building of housing. So this is one of those push-pulls here, and really showing that it can be cost-effective to build is very, very important. I like that it also goes with all significant remodels, just like before. That is great. And with the green building code about the changes to the EV chargers, it looks like they're actually higher bars now to conform with the state, so that's a good thing. So I just really appreciate you laying this all out. And on the open question of the barbecues and other outdoor appliances, you know, I understand this is an opportunity to revise that, but I'm not prepared to remove the prohibition on that at this point. So I would support the staff recommendation, and I thank you very much for it.
Let's seeing. Oh, Councilmember.
So I also want to thank staff for moving quickly on this. It's really been important that we have this replacement measure. We do have this outstanding question on outdoor equipment. One of the problems is that the pool and spa heaters are much bigger GHG generators than barbecues and the other outdoor gas heaters, and we can't restrict those. And I guess I'm not willing to. This is not something either way I'd fall on my sword on. I do think that there are certain trade-offs, because are people going to use wood and charcoal more than gas and actually have increases in some emissions? We do have, you know, maybe some increase in the safety issues around propane, but ultimately, I think we really don't want to do things to encourage people to have a gas hookup to their entire home, which they might tap into at a future time, permitted or unpermitted, and that they had that line for such a little need. So I'm going to go ahead and support that we just stay with our current prohibition on those uses or those hookups.
Councilman Ku.
Thank you. Thank you for working so fast on this. I wanted to ask what kind of engagement with the business community, especially with the restaurants, has occurred? Obviously, when we went to the gas ban, this was from the Restaurant Association. So how have we been communicating with them just to have them understand that this is the new implementation and that it's not going to be cost prohibitive or perhaps even a big obstacle?
So we've been moving quickly so far. We heard from council back in February that we should move quickly, and if we were unable to do outreach as part of that, then we should be back here in June. So we haven't reached out to the Restaurant Association. What I can say about that, and I would look to our chief building official and our consultants to correct me if I'm wrong here, but the focus of these ordinances are on space and water heating, not on cooking, which is, I think, one of the main concerns from the restaurants. So we have more outreach to do. However, I think that we're likely in a favorable position with respect to that group's concerns, and I think that's something that we can speak to in the future.
Right. So what you're saying is that between now, tonight, and June, you'd be doing more outreach. You know, I gave the example of restaurant only because they were the ones who filed the petition. But I think I'm also making sure that all the other businesses, retail, as well as whatever else there are, that they're not going to be obstructed from getting their businesses going here in Palo Alto. Especially, we just got off a agenda item that is all about attracting people here or business here. So I just want to make sure about that. And then, I know you skipped over on the presentation, but I was kind of wondering, can you kind of explain a little bit to me what do you call it, energy source margin or the hourly source energy? So it says here it's a metric and it takes the energy consumption, but how do you measure all of that?
Yeah,
I looked at all your formulas and I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
It's okay. You have to be somewhat specialized to be able to follow how to calculate the hourly source energy margin compliance requirements, as well as some of the other compliance requirements in the energy code. Applicants will typically use a specialized energy modeler to do that work. And there are pre-approved sets of modeling software with pre-approved factors that help you do that modeling. And the hourly source energy standard takes into account the emissions of the energy sources that you're using. And so what it actually does is it ends up, an electric is somewhat disadvantaged in that the low emissions of electricity are not taken into account in some of the older standards. And this new hourly source energy standard puts electric on equal footing with gas and allows the low emissions to be actually taken into account. So the same standards apply to electricity and gas, but because gas has so much more in the way of emissions, you have to do other things like adding efficiency to reduce those emissions, or adding solar and storage to reduce emissions somewhere else to offset what you're doing with the gas. And that's what the hourly source energy standard does. You have to generate an energy model to show that you comply with the requirements. And that's a long-standing practice that's been around for a long time. There's a whole industry built
That
around
helps.
that.
It's good to know that, the applicant will have that software, right? Now, so this is when they're building the building, or is it a continuous monitoring?
So now I'm going to turn to our Chief Building Official, George Hoyt, and please feel free to call on ID 360 and TRC.
Sure. Thank you for your question, Ms. Councilmember Koo. George Hoyt, Chief Building Official, City of Palo Alto, with Planning and Development Services. These requirements will be looked at through the design phase, as well as the plan review phase. They'll be confirmed in there. And then during the construction phase, we will validate that the systems that were designed accordingly were put in place. So it's purely in the design and construction phase. It does not monitor the efficiency of the building ongoing.
Only at the very beginning.
And
then after the building is built, then there's no more monitoring at all.
Not related to this.
Not related to this. Oh, I see. Okay, it says, during production and delivery. So production and delivery is just on design and building.
Where in the staff report are you referring to about production and
This is on
delivery?
packet page 350 of 1,347. It's under 2022 California Building Efficiency Standards, State Energy Code. 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth sentence down. Says one such metric, including hourly source.
Numbers. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble finding the packet page numbers in the copies I have.
Oh, so it says item 17, staff report, page 4.
Oh, great, thank you. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, this is describing production and delivery of electricity, and it's describing how the hourly source energy margin takes into account essentially the emissions of, it refers to both electricity and gas. So this this talks about how the hourly source energy margin takes into account the both the type of energy that's being used and the amount of energy that's lost in transmission to the to the end use source as well. So production and delivery there refers to production delivery of gas or production and delivery of electricity and how it impacts the hourly source energy margin metric.
Okay. Well, thank you for the explanation. I was kind of a little bit confused about that. With regards to the outdoor use of gas grills, stoves, and barbecues, Councilmember Burt makes a point, but there was always the what was said was that indoor use of gas could be harmful to health because it's confined in an area. So now this is on the outdoor, and I neither here or there about that. I love barbecuing, so coming from Guam, this is something that we do. In the Sudan, we cooked outside all the time on a little brick oven made with sticks and coal. So I don't know, but so I'm neither here or there, but yeah. So I could go anyway. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion. I would like to move the staff report on slide number 5 with item 3 there changed to direct natural gas piping to gas grills, stoves, and barbecues is prohibited. So to retain what we are doing right now. The convenience of propane means that anybody that wants to do gas, it's just simple to do it. So I don't feel like they're being disadvantaged. So that'd be my motion.
A second.
To speak to your motion?
Nope. If that third piece of wording is correct relative to staff.
I think that the status quo is that it's, or go ahead.
Essentially, that we would take that motion to mean no change to the ordinance.
That's right.
Prohibition is in
That's right.
place in the ordinance.
I just want to change the slide wording, which says something slightly different.
Okay. And Councilman Vigor, would you like to speak to your second?
Only to add that, yeah, there are pros and cons, and the wood smoke is an issue, but if it's any consolation, Bakhmut is working on that right now. So we're working on bringing wood smoke regulations into being. So perhaps that's will be a deterrent there as well.
Councilman Tanaka.
I just want to ask a question here. So this is, the motion is not on the screen, so it's hard for me to know what you're proposing, but so the idea is future gas appliances are prohibited, not the current one. So if someone has one right now, okay. And then to the discussion that was just happening about, but people could still use coal or wood to barbecue. Is that right?
Yes, as they can
So
now.
To me, it seems like, gas is way cleaner. I mean, I think I almost feel like we should ban wood and coal and that kind of stuff. And if you want to barbecue outdoor, use gas or electric. And so I guess it just seems like a lot cleaner thing to do than to ban the one, because I do agree with Councilman Ku in terms of outdoor cooking, right? And electric, I think, can be a bit tough. I actually have an electric grill, and it's a bit tough cooking outside. Maybe if you have a really powerful one, I suppose. So I guess I'm kind of, if we do 3, the unintended consequence could be that more people can burn wood or coal or something that's going to cause a lot of issues. So why not say 3 is okay, but we'll ban the stuff that's more a bigger problem, like burning coal or wood or whatever.
Well, as I noted, you can still use gas. It's called propane in a tank. So that doesn't change your grill or anything else. It's just different than bringing in piping.
I just think that this is going to cause more people to use wood or coal or something that's more toxic and annoying to neighbors. Versus if you allow people to do this, then you know, because I think the problem with like electric, like at least for my house, the problem with having a really powerful electric stove is, or outdoor stove is, you have to have the line that goes to your house that could do it, and have that wiring, and it's actually really tough. So if it may be better to allow people to do this and then just ban the more noxious stuff.
Councilmember Baker?
Yeah, I just think that for tonight, this is the status quo. So I don't think we're changing things that are going to, incent different behavior. And I was serious that we are looking into, at the Air District, additional rules on wood smoke and other things like that. So I think were we to do this as a city, of course we could, but I would think it would take more study and analysis than we can do on the spot right here tonight. So while I respect and I'm eager to do that work, I don't think I would want to amend this tonight.
So Mayor, when we vote, I'll if you could break it apart, because I'll be voting no on 3.
Okay. Yes.
Council members, can I just offer, I had a suggestion from Director Late that because item number 3 is included in the ordinances, that it might not be necessary to include it in the motion. That we were seeking council direction, but that direction might not need to be in the form of a motion if it's to keep the ordinances as they are.
That makes a lot of sense. So if it's okay with the maker and the seconder, we'll just remove item 3. Okay.
Yep.
Thank
Yes,
you for that clarification.
Mr. Mayor, Kyle Ariano, Chief Assistant City Attorney. So if for everybody's clarity, we do have the draft ordinances and the language that does reflect the motion we were discussing already in the packet. It's packet page 365 as it would apply to residential construction, and packet page 377 as it would apply to non-residential. It's the same language, but you can take a look at that and make sure that it's consistent with the direction we discussed here, which is no natural gas plumbing for grills, stoves, and barbecues, but freestanding grill, stoves, and barbecues powered by propane are allowed. And that would be for the attachment A. So getting to Councilmember Tanaka's revision, the way you could proceed with that would be to vote on 2 and then split a vote on 1 with and without the wood burning issue.
Okay, so if the mayor could do that, that'd be appreciated.
Sure. One question, one really big thanks to staff. This was, I was optimistic, but also a little cautious on us being able to hit this June deadline. And so being able to get this back to us so quickly, really incredible. So thank you very much for that. I think that undeniably that Ninth Circuit decision and the legal requirement that we had to suspend our electric design code was a huge setback to our 80 by 30 goal. I just wonder, and maybe not given this timeline, have we had a chance to really analyze yet how this one margin is going to compare to our former all electric design code as far as our 80 by 30 goals are concerned?
Well, we're getting a little bit into crystal ball territory, but if we're seeing over 75% of homes already going all electric, and we start to see very significant increases in space and water heating, all electric space and water heating adoption, even if there's some gas, even if there's still some gas line hookups, with, appliances that are all electric ready to be converted. It should reduce, I would expect it to reduce the emissions from new housing by very large amounts, probably in the ballpark of 90 to 95%. But, I wouldn't, please don't quote that number. I would say that, you'd need to do an in-depth analysis on that, but it would be very high, very low emissions from new construction.
Great. No, thank you. All right. I think we're ready to take the vote then. We'll separate, no, Councilman Coon.
Just very quickly, I want to say, this also gives us a chance to get our electric grid modernized and expanded. So I think that it'll give us some time to get that moving, and so that we're not overtaxing what we have existing right now on the electric system. Thank you.
All right, so we'll separate item, 1 and 2. Perfect. Thank you. And the clerk can call the vote.
I just want to ask, is this how you said to split it?
Well, there's only 2.
3 is baked into 2.
Yep.
If you want to vote against the 2.
Go ahead, City Attorney.
Three is part of 1, right? So we would vote on item 2 first. But I don't believe there was
They can go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there wasn't a second, so he just is going to vote no.
Okay. That's right.
So you can proceed in your normal fashion with, again, item number 1, presumably, Councilmember Tanaka, what you would vote no on.
1 has the barbecue, right? Okay.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mayor Stone, can we have 3 minutes break?
Great. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate all the staff's work. And before we move on to item 18, let's take a 3-minute break.
Thank you.
Our break, move on to our last action item, approval to operate the city-owned building at 445 Bryan Street as a community center with part-time use by La Comida for a senior nutrition program. Turn it over to staff. Any report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Let me ask our real estate manager, Sunny Tong, to give us a quick intro on this item.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowing, council members, and members of the public. Sunny Tong, Real Property Manager in the City Administrative Services Department. Joining me is the city's Community Services Director, Kristen O'Kane, and we'll be presenting item number 18 on your agenda regarding 445 Bryan Street. So this cover photo on the slide is the building viewing from the corner of Bryan Street and Linton Avenue. And the building is adjacent to the Bryant Litton public parking garage shown here in the background. The building's also across the street from Cogswell Plaza Park, a block away from University Avenue, a couple blocks away from Hero at City Hall, and about 4 blocks away from the Caltrain station. Next slide, please. So this outline here is to help guide our discussion this evening. We'll start off with a bit of background information, and then we'll go over the 3 options. The first option is to enter into a commercial lease for the building. The second option is to focus our leasing efforts on nonprofits. And the third option is for city operation of the building. As shown here, staff's recommendation is to operate the building as a community center with part-time use by La Comida for a senior nutrition program. And we'll talk more about La Comida later. After the presentation, we'll look forward to the council's discussion and direction. Next slide. So a bit about background. The building was constructed in 2002. It's 2 stories, approximately 7,410 square feet, and was previously used as a health and fitness center. So this photo here is the building's ground floor lobby area, and to the left of the lobby, down the hallway is a set of men's and women's locker room and a few small private rooms. And to the right of the lobby, past the ramp, is an open area that staff recommends providing to La Comida to operate a part-time senior nutrition program. Access to the second floor is provided by the elevator here in the lobby, as well as the staircase. And the upstairs has a couple of large rooms and an open area. The building is currently in overall good condition, but the HVAC system is near the end of its useful life and is estimated to cost about $375,000 to replace with electrical systems. Staff's recommended uses for the building are generally consistent with the prior uses of the site and the provisions of the planned community zoning ordinance. Next slide. So this photo is of the Bryan Street side of the building, and talk a little bit about the options to date. Staff received approximately 30 inquiries and received 4 written proposals. And the proposals were from for-profit entities as well as nonprofit organizations. The for-profit proposals were for fitness center uses that included rental rates ranging from approximately $1.75 to $3.44 per square foot per month, and would require exclusive use of the 2-story building. The nonprofit proposals included nominal rental rates, and one of the proposals was from La Comida. So again, the 3 options to use the building are to enter into a commercial lease for the building. Number 2, focus our leasing efforts on nonprofits. And number 3 is city operation of the building. And again, staff's recommendation is to operate the building as a community center and provide a portion of the ground floor to La Comida to operate a part-time senior nutrition program. Next slide. So Community Services Department could make a portion of the building available for shared use with third-party compatible users. And the City Council set facilitating North Palo Alto location for La Comida as a priority in 2023 and 2024. And a bit about La Comida: they were established in 1972. They're a 501c3 nonprofit, and they provide meals, social, and educational programs for seniors. Temporary meals are currently provided at the First United Methodist Church located at 625 Hamilton Avenue. And staff's been working with La Comida over the past several months to establish their space needs. And based on these discussions, a portion of the ground floor shown here is recommended to be provided to La Comida to operate a senior nutrition program on the weekdays between the hours of 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. So should council approve this direction, staff will return to the council for approval of a license agreement to authorize La Comida's use of the space. If the council wishes to pursue leasing the facility to other nonprofits, nonprofit focused requests for proposals should be issued, as it's anticipated that many organizations would be interested in the space if the city were to agree to rent at such a nominal rate. Now I'll hand it over to Director O'Kane to discuss staff's recommendation to activate the building as a city community center.
Thank you and good evening, council members. So as Sunny mentioned, we believe we can have a successful community center at this location to serve the downtown Palo Alto area. We have toured the site with our community services staff and have identified several popular programs and classes and summer camps that could be held in this location. Included in that would be to have a safe place for teens to gather after school and on weekends, essentially a downtown teen center. And we would also propose to host certain pop-up events depending on community need. That those could be art events, they could be parents' night out, so kids can have a fun place to go at night while their parents go to University Avenue and have dinner or go to the movies or do something fun. And then we also believe we could rent the rooms like we do at our other community centers for private events, corporate meetings, things like that, when it's not being programmed. And finally, the overnight warming location that we piloted this past winter at Downtown Library, we're proposing to move that to this location if this council approves this action. Next slide, please. So just quickly talking about the financials for this proposal. The ongoing program revenue we anticipate would be about $225,000 with a general fund net cost of $265,000. We anticipate not starting the programming of this location until March. And so there would only be 4 months the first year of expenses and revenue. But we do anticipate a one-time capital cost to improve the space of around $930,000. We believe we can use community center impact fees to fund most or all of those improvements. Once we have the design in place, we will review that with our city attorney's office to ensure that it meets the requirements of those funding expenditures. Next slide, please. And that concludes our presentation. Again, we have the staff recommendation for you on this slide, and we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Our first speaker is Nancy C.
Hello again. With my other hat on, I'd like to talk about Palo Alto's senior population, which compromises approximately 24% of the total resident population. More impressive, from 2010 to 2060, the number of seniors 60 years and over will increase 204%, while the elderly 85 years and older will increase by 606%. That said, within the scope of La Comida, the top emerging needs are, number one, nutrition to avoid illness and the cost of treatment to bring them back to good health, taking into consideration the possible difficulty of shopping and preparing their own meals. And two, addressing mental health needs facing seniors by addressing isolation and loneliness through socialization during mealtime. And tonight, I have a very special letter that I'd like to read to the council, which was addressed to our Mayor Greer Stone from our Congresswoman Anna Eshoo. Dear Mayor Stone, I write in support of La Comida's petition to use 445 Bryant Street to distribute lunch to seniors in Palo Alto. The organization has been a pioneer for senior services in Santa Clara County since 1972 and I'm proud that it receives funding from the Older Americans Act to help seniors make ends meet through free nutritious lunches. La Comida was especially vital for Palo Alto seniors during the COVID-19 pandemic, when demand increased by 75%. Recent increases in the cost of living have kept demand high. Food banks like Second Harvest of Silicon Valley are reporting record levels of need. Combating food insecurity strengthens the physical and mental health of seniors, and shared lunches brings our community together. As we work to strengthen our social safety net and combat inequality, organizations like La Comida are essential in ensuring that assistance gets to those who need it most. I respectfully request that you give La Comida's application full and fair consideration under all applicable laws and regulations, and I thank you in advance for your consideration. Most gratefully, Anna Eshu, Member of Congress. So I was really happy to receive that, and I'm happy tonight to share with you that we have Jan, one of our La Comida board members and actually participants for the last 23 years with us tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlie W.
Thank you and good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of La Comida de California and our chamber's support of your approval to allow the part-time use of 445 Bryant Street for their senior nutrition program. La Comida has been a longtime member of the chamber and we support the work they do. Serving thousands of seniors weekly for more than 50 years, La Comida has been serving the senior population, making them feel welcome, feel included, and build connections with others while providing nutritionally balanced meals. And for some, this may be the only hot meal that they get during the day. La Comida provides a great opportunity for the participants in the lunch program to get out of the house and enjoy a meal with others. La Comida also has a great impact in our community, elevating the awareness and the importance of including seniors in senior population in a positive way. Although the meals are a very important part of the La Comida program, the community is just as important. The meals are served so diners can meet new people and make new friends. In other words, La Comida is a big family for the seniors. We support the work of La Comida and hope you will approve the staff report and allow for La Comida to have a permanent home in downtown Palo Alto and offer their services at 445 Bryant Street. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jasmina B.
Good evening, Mayor Stone and council members. I would like also to address this important issue of connecting seniors and also youth. And as you know, I'm the founder of the United Nations Association Film Festival, UNAF. We've been having this film festival for the last 27 years, and as a nonprofit organization which needs place in our city, we definitely look to have a possibility to make a bridge between the seniors and the youth with our UNA for Seniors programs that we have for the last 20 years, serving Avenidas and Channing House, and obviously really taking care of seniors. And it's the same thing with the UNAF and Kids and UNAF in Schools programs. It will be logical to have this creative way of connecting both seniors and youth in the same building and having office for UNAF as a nonprofit organization. So I really ask the council members and Mayor Stone to consider this possibility because, as I said, we have in our archive 10,000 documentaries that we can enrich and present, and also have a program for our downtown Palo Alto. I've been sitting here for 4 hours, and this is my first time that I'm hearing so many times that we need programming, and we are bringing this program for 27 years. So please give us a chance to connect and give something which is visibly proven to our city of Palo Alto. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Bill B.
Good evening. I'm Bill Blodgett, one of the co-presidents of the La Comida Board. We're a nonprofit organization that's been supporting the nutritional and social needs of seniors here in Palo Alto for 52 years now. We're one of 39 senior nutrition sites in Santa Clara County and the only one serving Palo Alto. We're here tonight to talk about the need for a permanent downtown serving location. La Comida serves hot, delicious lunches to Palo Alto seniors each weekday at Stevenson House in the southern part of the city and currently at the First United Methodist Church here in the downtown area. All meals are freshly prepared daily in our Stevenson House kitchen, but that's only part of our mission. Equally important is bringing seniors together to socialize, celebrate special occasions, and enjoy live entertainment. In addition, we connect seniors to resources and services about nutrition and healthy aging, such as those offered by Avenidas. This year, we'll serve about 1,200 meals each week. For most of our first 45 years, La Comida was co-located with Avenidas on Bryant Street. Since the Avenidas building renovation project in 2017, La Comida has not had a permanent downtown home. We were able to establish a wonderful partnership with Stevenson House in the southern part of the city, where we have a kitchen and a dining room serving about 150 seniors per day. But we know there's a large concentration of seniors living in the downtown area. And for most of them, it would be difficult to travel down to Stevenson House for lunch. Plus, we're already operating close to capacity at Stevenson House. Since 2017, La Comida has not had a permanent downtown location. In fact, we've moved 5 times since 2017. Thus our great interest in a permanent home in the city-owned facility at 445 Bryant Street so that we can be more fully focused on serving the city's seniors. We believe this would be an excellent location for serving lunch for La Comida and the 100 seniors we serve each day downtown. It's within easy walking distance of several large senior residential facilities, and it's across the street from Avenidas, where a broad range of services are available for seniors. And there's a city-owned parking garage next door. As you may or may not know, most senior nutrition program sites in Santa Clara County are located in city-owned facilities or community centers, including those in Mountain View, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Campbell, Milpitas, Morgan Hill, Gilroy, and Alviso. In San Jose, there are 11 city-owned community centers hosting the senior nutrition program. In all of these cities, the senior nutrition program does not bear facilities usage costs. We think it'd be great to add Palo Alto to that list. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John S.C.
Good evening. Just going to tear up the place. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council members. I'm John St. Clair. I am the second half of the co-president to La Comida. And so I'll just get started. La Comida put in a formal proposal in 2023, in the fall of 2023. Then we also did it early in 2024. Our proposal at that point was we were looking for exclusive use of the downstairs area, which runs along Bryant Street. And we had discussed what we were considering, the rent, also the tenants improvement, and also a 7-year term. But our thinking has changed, especially staff had proposed a community center at La Comida, with La Comida as using the portion of the first floor from 10 to 12, which is 10 to 2, Monday through Friday. And we want to partner with the city. There's no doubt about that. And we're open to a non-exclusive use of that first floor in the areas set before. That is a big change in our proposal, and we know that the details of the lease would need to be determined once the council decides the use of the community center. But I ask that you keep in mind that our volunteers are all seniors, and so even though we're definitely open to sharing that space, what we ask is that if our chairs and tables are moved around, could we have them put it back so that when we come back the next day, to start, everything is in place and we don't have to burden our senior volunteers with that. In terms of a lease, we like to see a hybrid arrangement where we would be real partners with the city and not just a pay off the shelf hourly rate. We would like to have a long-term, non-exclusive lease with the city that ensures that La Comida has a home for more than a year or two. And once that happens, then we can really focus on running our senior nutrition program instead of going out trying to find a permanent home. We're willing to contribute our share once we understand how the space would be used and managed. We hope that the council will direct staff to specify a low monthly rent, realizing that we are only there for a few hours, Monday through Friday, and are providing a valuable service to the city and its residents. We are eager to work with staff and to be an anchor tenant for this new community center and hopefully a long-term home for La Comida. Thank you very much.
That concludes public comment on action item 18.
Great, thank you. Bring it back to the dais. Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Mr. Tong and Ms. O'Kane for your terrific presentation and for the public commenters as well. Can we go to slide 7, please? I'm just looking at the numbers, trying to make sure I understand them. It says that maybe if we could put slide 7. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Excuse me, if I could just interrupt before council discussion gets started. I think Councilmember Koo has a brief announcement she needs to make.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate the chance to interrupt.
Thank you. I have a disclosure to make. My husband, John St. Clair III, is a La Comida board member and receives no compensation for his services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you.
No, I don't have to recluse. I just have to make a disclosure.
Thank you. And he just made a wonderful presentation at the public microphone. Okay, slide 7. Ongoing program revenue 225. General fund net cost 265. Does this mean that the total operating cost is 490,000 annually?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And where do we expect the revenue to come from?
Charges for our programs, so charges for services. So any class or camp that members of the public take, there's a fee for participation, just like any class they take in our other centers.
But we're talking about La Comida, we're talking about teen programs. So we're also talking about a set of classes and programs not related to those two?
Correct. So as a community center in the other spaces, and when La Comida is not there, we're proposing to program the space with different classes. Art classes, our Boost senior fitness classes, youth camps and classes. So those would be all the programs that we would charge a fee for participation.
Thank you. And what are we planning to charge La Comida?
I think that's to be negotiated. They've initially proposed a letter of intent, but as Mr. St. Clair mentioned, terms have changed since that letter of intent. So it's to be negotiated.
Could you let us know, unless it's confidential, what the terms proposed in the letter of intent were?
I think it's in the staff report.
Sorry, I don't have that handy.
Yeah, so
1,000 a month. Councilmember Burt's telling me 1,000 a month. Thank you. What do we charge Avenidas per month?
it's a $1 lease.
$1 a month,
Per year. $1 per year.
$1 a year for Avenidas. 8 cents a month. Thank you. Look at you with your math. Does Avenidas provide free meals?
I think they have a restaurant at the downstairs level. I'm not aware of any meals that they provide other than that.
Okay. To, I believe it was Mr. Blodgett's point. Do I have your name correct, sir? No. Oh, sorry. I'm just, you don't need to come up. I just wondered what your last name is. Blodgett, yes. To Mr. Blodgett's point, in Santa Clara County, there are 59 senior nutrition sites and only one serving Palo Alto, which is La Comida, providing key health, safety, and welfare support for seniors who need that hot meal every day. So I, for one, am interested in hearing what my colleagues think, would be very excited to see the city offering the same rental terms to La Comida as we do to Avenidas, as well as a long-term lease that gives them security and confidence that they have a place. I have a second line of questions regarding the teen space. Ms. O'Kane, what do members of our teen leadership groups think of this idea?
I believe, I don't think we've discussed with them directly. I will say, working with the mayor's mental health task force, we've heard from both the teen and adult participants that having more safe spaces for kids to go after school and on weekends is, in their minds, a high priority. We've also heard one of the teen leadership groups did a survey among their peers related to youth mental health, and some of the survey results indicated just needing places to hang out. So I don't know if we specifically asked the teen leadership groups, but we've received input from local teens and parents through other avenues.
Would you be willing to engage the teen leadership groups going forward around their thoughts? I'm asking because often when we build places for kids and hope they'll come, if they don't feel they were a part of the process of creating it, programming it, designing it, they reject it because it feels like a safe space created by parents or other adults.
Absolutely.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I just want to say that since the subject about how much does Avenidas, which is our other contract senior services nonprofit, what is their lease? And I think the answer was $1 per year, 8 cents per month, but also the city contracts with Avenidas for comprehensive senior services at approximately $525,000 per year. City pays for that. And the city also pays 75% of Avenidas' utilities from the general fund each month. The city is also responsible for roof repairs and replacement. And the city is due 2 reports per year from Avenidas detailing the comprehensive services that they deliver, as well as how they get the delivery. And I believe the services contract does state what are some of the parameters that they're supposed to follow. So I do want to say after La Comida was asked to leave Avenidas, Avenidas did come up with a Avenidas Chinese Community Center. It was formed and it's very appreciated because today it's a great program. But because Avenidas was under construction at the time, the Chinese Community Center was placed at Cubberley Community Center. However, after Avenidas expansion and renovation was completed, the ACCC, which is the Chinese Community Center, it was not brought back to Avenidas. To their 450 Bryant location. It was only until recently was a Chinese New Year and Avenidas' Chinese Community Center 5th anniversary was hosted at Avenidas itself, which is at the 450 Bryant location. So I think the lease for Avenidas agrees to use the premises for senior citizens to carry out services and no other purpose. However, there is a for-profit Redwood Cafe, which is open to the public. And so I just wanted to point this out. And so now coming back to La Comida itself, like Mr. Blodgett said, it's been in operations, or is it Ms. Copel, who said it's in operations for 52 years. It was started in Palo Alto as a senior service and started with the lunch program. Rotary funds enabled the building of the kitchen and dining room at the Avenida Senior Center. And that allowed for the social space for seniors to come together to enjoy not only for a nutritious meal, but also social engagement, as the commenter said. So I do think it's appropriate to bring about some continuity, as well as some confidence, as well as some stability for the seniors. Since La Comida at the downtown location was no longer, and it was mostly out of Stevenson House, it has really kept a lot of seniors isolated because a lot of them can't get on the bus. They enjoy walking, using their walkers, or having their caretakers bring them to Avenidas. To Avenidas here at 450 to enjoy lunch. But since they had moved to South Palo Alto and the shuttle had ceased operation, it was very difficult for many of the seniors to get there. While I do volunteer also with La Comida, they are now at the church that's down the street. And, the lease is actually pretty high over there per month. And to have a long-term lease at the church, I think that in order to continue it and to have long-term, I think the church is also asking for the La Comida to commit to renovating the church's kitchen. I think that is not something that was on the table, and that's going to present a very big problem. In addition, when they started their lease, it was at a certain price, and now it's been increased because the church claims that the garbage has increased, even though we haven't, there are household items that are in the garbage. So I think we have come up against some matters that need further discussions, but at this time, I think that the seniors really deserve a location that they can be comfortable in, and that the board members are not having to deal with a lot of matters that should be focused on the seniors and their well-being, as well as their nutrition, and making sure that they have a good place to go to. Funds are getting harder and harder to get. Funds are primarily by federal and state funds that is distributed by Santa Clara County, and it is operated with oversight from Santa Clara County's Health Department and Nutritional Services. And of course, La Comida, thanks to the city, applies for the HISRAP funds, and that helps out a lot. But with the amount of meals that they're serving, it continues to grow. And they're only able to do it at Stevenson's house with the number of people that come through for meals by multiple seatings, which means that when one group finishes their meal and leave, the volunteers come in and reset the tables to start another seating. La Comida also has a turn no one away policy. Not policy, but model in cooperation with the county. And, La Comida asks and requests a $3 donation for these nutritious meals from diners, but they would rather a senior get food than have to pay. So this is a very valuable service for a lot of the seniors here. And I know a lot of other nutritious meal programs are going through hard times because they are also, their need for meals from people are increasing. So I ask my colleagues to please direct staff to work with La Comida in order to come up with long-term lease, and to take into consideration what Avenidas, our other senior center, is getting, and what La Comida does provide. I would also encourage looking at the programs that Avenidas is providing and how much cost it does take. With the teen center, I am fully in support of it and the community center. I think here on the north part of Palo Alto, we're missing something for the teens. And while I know when this building came about, there was a survey that went out to the teens of whether they wanted a teen center or money. They had said they rather had the funds. But now we still have the funds, if I understand correctly from the staff report, but now they need a place to go to also. And so just to be fair, we should have one in the south and one in the north so that it gives ease for teens to be at. And then at the same time, I know we need more space for all the community programming that we offer. And they're very high quality too. So thank you.
Councilman Maker.
Thank you. So I too completely support housing La Comida at 445 Bryant and support negotiating a lease on fair and equitable terms. I wanted to just double check, because I remember from last time that La Comida had concerns about if they only had a few hours about putting up and taking down tables, and now they're saying if we could accommodate their so now they're requesting that we just leave the tables up or at least put the tables back if we take them down. Is that something we can accommodate?
I think it is. So we would have facility attendants on site like we do at our other centers. And that's part of their job, is to put tables and chairs up, take them down, set up AV equipment and things like that. So I think we could work with them.
Because I admire that they do so much with volunteers, but because the volunteers are seniors, I think that it would be nice if we could do that. Okay, thank you. So to me, the only question is whether we do run it as a community center generally through CSD or do an RFP for nonprofits. And I have a couple questions, but I'm inclined to support the staff recommendation that the city runs it for now, because it would be great to have that community center. And I agree with Councilmember Lithcott-Hames that if a teen center is to be part of that, that involving kids in the design is key. So thank you for, acknowledging that and willingness to work with that. Because I think that was a very helpful part or foundation for the success of Alcove, for example, when they had the kids pick the colors and the whole thing. I also love that it can be an overnight warming location, sort of like the libraries, I guess. And am I correct that like the libraries, it could be more than just warming, it could be cooling, or like today, a refuge for a clean air refuge as well?
We can definitely look into that. I think it's certainly a possibility. It's a matter of staffing and things like that, but
yeah, because I think to me, I know I like the OWL acronym, but I think it's more than just warming. It's really just refuge from, hostile environmental factors going on. And I think that the air in particular on days like today, or if we have forest fires, the unhoused, they're just so susceptible to that if they're sleeping outdoors or other things. So thank you. We learned during our finance budget hearings that there's more demand for summer camps than we can meet right now. And so I know you mentioned summer camps as some of the things that could fill this space. What I'm wondering is, are those additional camps, or are you just relocating existing camps there? And obviously the reason I'm asking is I'm wondering if it's additional money.
the goal would be to add additional camps there.
Okay, that's good news too. And then I don't know if you can say this now, but I think it mentioned there were 4 applicants. There were the 2 gyms and La Comida and another nonprofit, was it? Can you identify that?
Yeah, it's the Silicon Valley Bicycle Exchange.
Okay. All right. Okay, well, it seems to me that it'd be optimal to try to do this so that we can, as ourselves as a community center, because of the wonderful things that have been described, that we can provide services for our youth, et cetera, et cetera. And I suppose if for some reason that's a struggle, we could then go back to put out an RFP for nonprofits for the space that La Comida is not using. Would that be possible at some point if it's just not working out?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, then, I'm certainly in support of the recommendation, and thank you for working this all out.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm enthused about this proposal coming forward. La Comida has been providing really valuable senior nutrition services to our community, and they've been struggling to have a North Palo Alto location. I think that this location is especially good. It's right across the street from Avenidas, that provides just a whole array of wonderful senior services. They've been really our established community partner in senior services for many decades. And now we'll have these two organizations that are able to be basically side by side. And I think it's really great. And I'm enthused about having some teen programming downtown. And I did want to ask about the upstairs space and what are the intentions for the upstairs space?
We would have this, I think all the spaces would be flexible spaces, so it would be programming for classes. I think we'd still have to work out details of where the teen space would be, whether it would be upstairs or downstairs, I'm not sure, but it would all be programmed somehow for recreation programs and classes.
So part of the reason I ask is that the upstairs space will really kind of be different vitality and function. We heard from UNAF earlier, and UNAF has been for 27 years, the most significant ongoing cultural program in our community, I believe. And they've expanded from their 2-week festival in late October to year-round different showings at our libraries and otherwise. And what I think has been underappreciated to a good degree is that UNAF provides both artistic and educational programming that supports our council priorities and our city goals in climate and other environmental matters, diversity. It supports our economy, and it provides really support on community health. And this proposal they have to complete the digitizing of 10,000 films that then can become resources for us to tap into as a city for various events, when to have an appropriate documentary film that complements a given subject that we have or in a given event, I think is a really exciting possibility. And they need a relatively small amount of space, just as office space, to work and digitize this huge library of films. So I would like to see whether my colleagues are interested in asking staff to explore them being a community partner tenant in the upstairs space and in a relatively small amount of space as another complementary function here, and that this programming space can be one where we ask them to present a certain number of films per year on a timely basis, whether it's to the youth, to seniors, or to otherwise, and that we would be able to ask them to do programming at that location in addition to other programming that they do throughout the city. So I'd be interested in hearing my colleagues' thoughts on that additional part. We don't have to get into the specifics tonight, but it would be to ask staff to explore a similar, much smaller space lease with them.
Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to start my questions around the teen center and get a little bit of feel from Director O'Kane on how is this going to run? Can you give us some example of programming, times? Are we going to add staff? Are they permanent staff or volunteers? Just give us a little flavor because we're spending about $500,000. How many hours are we, the city, going to use it? It's going to have regular hours. I appreciate that you might not have all these details, in your business plan yet.
Correct. We don't have all those details. I will tell you, our staffing plan would be to hire 2 full-time positions and 6 0.48 FTE positions. So I'm going to start with the part-time ones. Those would be custodial assistants. We also refer to them as facility attendants. Those would be the ones, making sure the facility's clean, setting up tables, putting the tables away. And then the recreation leaders are the ones that would work in the teen center or work evenings if we did a parents' night out event or something like that. We would want likely someone checking in people at the front desk like we do at our other community centers, and we would need help scheduling the facility. Also, if we were going to rent it out to a private organization, for like a one-off meeting or something, we would need someone to help schedule that. So the hours, we would absolutely work around the 10 to 2 timeframe that La Comida needs, but we haven't necessarily established a start time and end time. Our community centers now are 8:30 to 5:30. So, but those are open hours, but we have classes earlier than that and later than that too. We just don't have front desk staff. So we're still working out all those details. And I think it could be adjusted to, the first year is going to be put something together and then make adjustments later if it doesn't quite fit.
Is there also going to be sort of teen stuff there, like leave a basketball hoop in and a ping pong table and envision that kind of stuff?
I don't think there's room for a basketball hoop, but I think definitely, as you heard from some council members, we need to get the teens involved in what they're looking for, but just, honestly, a safe place for them to hang out and relax. If they need to do homework, they do homework. If they want to just talk, they talk, or play ping pong. We just want to have a place for them to enjoy and feel safe and connected to their peers.
Okay. And then from your perspective, why is this space so good for the teens, geographically speaking?
Because one of the things that we've been hearing a lot of lately, and we actually surveyed a lot of our own teen communities. So those teens that utilize our spaces now, the theater, art center, the libraries, what is a barrier to them to getting to places? And it's always transportation. And so we also hear that we don't have a lot of teens using the teen center at Mitchell Park. I will say that has increased significantly since we opened the Friday night teen center. But I think if we had something closer to downtown and where other teens live, I think people would have more access to having those safe places to go. I also think if we could do things in the evening, especially on weekends when kids, are looking for somewhere to go other than home. As a parent of teens, I know from experience, I think this is just a great location because it's so central. It is close to different stores and restaurants downtown. I think it would be a great spot for teens. I think they'd really enjoy it.
Okay. On the senior side, yeah, the starting point is that Avenidas is across the street, and that just couldn't be more perfect because there are a lot of. I'm the liaison to Avenidas, just for public to know, and they have programs going on all the time, and to them that would give them more people to come to their programs, which would be thrilling to them, that they would have more folks that they could influence with their programs and healthcare and things like that. So the nearness there is just absolutely terrific. In terms of the sort of opportunity cost that we're looking at, we're not really looking at a real estate deal anymore. That's really not what we're looking at, but we do have some expenses here. I just had a couple of questions in that regard. Originally you said the HVAC would be like 375K, and then we came back with like $1 million in TAs and TIs. So how did the price go up?
So there's the HVAC system, but if you saw in the pictures, there's no flooring. There is no storage. So we're hoping to create a space for storage, especially if we're storing tables and chairs when La Comida or other organizations are not using them. We are considering removing the locker rooms really for safety issues. They're really locker rooms can be very hard to monitor, and we just don't feel we have a need for them, and it would create more space. So there's window treatments. Walls need to be probably soundproofed a little bit if we're going to have music for fitness classes and things like that. So it's really just to get the facility up to community center use.
Okay. I also think, by the way, seniors with teens is phenomenal. If you can work that out where the teens are helping the seniors or vice versa, that'd be just totally cool. I think everybody would enjoy that. I mean, talk about creating community. That'd be fantastic. And the fact that this is a refuge center, I like that word, in all kinds of weather and so on is great. And I know that you monitor that and there's staff there to look over that and so on. So the one thing, I'm already over. The one thing I just would raise is totally understand why La Camina wants a home for a long time. And we don't want to have to move 5 different times. But we're all sort of testing this out. I'm just wondering if 7 years is just a little bit too long. We got to check out and see if we need this teen center. We probably do. They probably want to be there for 20 years, which is great. But I just raise it as a consideration as we look at this thing going forward. And we're not going to throw anybody out. That would just be a thing to take a look at. But I think this just addresses so many needs and so many really opportunities to bring people together that I think it's a very good solution. Thank you.
Councilman Tanaka.
Yeah, I want to ask staff, can you remind me how much of a deficit are we running this year? What is the number currently?
Councilmember, we have a balanced budget. We're not
No,
running a
but we're
deficit.
taking money out of our reserves, correct? And I think you sent a message out that we had an increase of OPED of several $1 million.
Again, working within our means.
Okay, you can't answer the question?
I've answered the question. We are operating with a balanced budget.
Okay, we're basically taking money out of our reserves. We're taking out what, $6-7 million out of our reserves to balance our budget. So that's not the same as having the revenues meet our expenses. Am I mistaken? Does our revenue actually meet our expenses, or are we taking money out of our reserves?
We are drawing on reserves as a part of our balanced budget.
Okay,
So
and how
it
much
is
are we
part of
taking
our
out of
strategy.
reserves?
I could ask our finance director to respond with a specific figure if you'd like.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I'll have to get back to you. Are you referring to fiscal 23, 24, the current year?
The planned year, the year that's coming
Oh,
up.
the planned year. Okay, let me
Yeah.
get back to you because I need to roll the numbers from the recent fiscal,
Okay.
the finance
Well,
committee.
what I'm
Thank
interested
you.
in knowing is from the preview of the budget we got a few weeks ago,
Yep.
I remember the number was something like $3-4 million, maybe more. And then I saw the message about the OPED, which was another $3 million. So altogether, I saw something like 6 or 7, but I wasn't sure, so I wanted to ask you.
Fair question, but we've revised it because we did a phase in. So let me sit down and pull it up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, and I wanted to follow up on some of the questions that the Vice Mayor asked. So I'm just trying to get a handle on the total cost. So if you factor in staff cost, insurance, TIs, all of that, plus the fact, I think from the previous discussions, I think we got just like a range of rent that we could have got for this, right? Which is, I guess, ranging from about $1.75 to $3.44, right? Is that roughly the range of rent for the space?
Yeah, that's from the proposals that we received.
Okay, so if we take the high end of the range, that's $306,000. So that's revenue that we would no longer get. And then for the expense side, I'm still not clear on this. So how much, if you factor in everything, how much is this going to cost us? Like total staff cost, insurance, everything. I guess I'm interested in knowing like the fixed costs. I guess there's like a lot of TIs we have to do, plus the ongoing cost.
So it's in the staff report. So the one-time capital costs are estimated at $930,000. We're expecting to pay for those out of our community center impact fund, which actually has increased since June 30th, 2023, when we reported that there was $770,000 in that fund. There's now over 900,000.
Okay.
And then the operating costs, as stated in the staff report, are expected to be $490,000 with offset by, we're estimating $225,000 in revenue.
Okay, so and that's everything, right? Insurance, staff, everything.
That's a total operating cost. Insurance is really not an issue for us since we're self-insured.
Well, there's still a cost involved, but okay. Okay, so it's so the ongoing cost is I guess what, 250, 265? Okay, 265 per year. Okay. Okay, yeah, and I guess I'm still waiting for, I guess, our finance person to come back with what is our deficit right now, currently, at least projected for this coming budget. So I don't know if you have that calculated.
Yes, as it stands based on the recent Finance Committee deliberation, the use of uncertainty reserve, is that what you're referring to?
I want to know basically what is our deficit? So we're handling our deficit by taking money out of reserves. So I want to know how much money are we taking out of reserves?
Right. So as the city manager mentioned, we are presenting a balanced budget with a 2-year strategy where we're going to use about $7 million of uncertainty reserve.
Okay, $7 million. So we're running a $7 million deficit. I understand that you like to say it's a balanced budget because we're taking out of reserves, but it's a deficit. All right. Okay, so I guess the question for me is, and I've been at Locomita, so I see the need there and the benefits it gives. I have teens, so I totally understand the idea for a teen center, and I get all of that. And there's a lot of other community spaces or community needs that we need. But I wonder, because it's not just $7 million that we're taking out reserves this year, but we're going to be doing it next year and the year after and the year after, right? We're going to be doing it for a while now. It makes me wonder, you know, while these are all great needs, I wonder how much more do we pile onto our deficit? And so I that's what concerns me. And you know, I look at our neighboring city, and our neighboring city, Mountain View, fiscally they're doing really well. And one reason why they're doing really well is because they rent their property out at market rates. Right? You look at where LinkedIn is and Google is, they charge like up to kazoo for that, and they get a lot for it. And that's one of the major sources of revenue for the city. But for us, we don't do that. And so my fear here is, you know, at a time when we have a budget deficit and a sustaining budget deficit, we'll keep on draining down our reserves, basically. I'm concerned here. I see a lot of community benefit here, but I also see questions about can we sustain this? Because I know that's not just this program. There's a lot of other programs that we want to do, and as a city, how do we keep on doing this? And I totally disagree with the statement that we have a balanced budget. I mean, we are balancing a budget because we're taking money out of our reserves. We're basically going negative this year. And I agree we're not the federal government, so we can't print money. But it's not just so much this program, but any program that we're proposing that continues to draw down on our reserve faster than it does, instead of perhaps trying to turn it around, concerns me. So, anyways, that's my thoughts on this.
So, I mean, I 100% support the staff recommendation. I think the idea of having La Comida find a new home at this location makes perfect sense for everything that's already been stated. I think one of the easiest decisions that I had to make for a while, as well as the teen center going into this location as well. Thrilling. Director O'Kane, I appreciate you referencing the Youth Mental Health and Wellness Task Force. It's something we've vetted several times, has come up by several stakeholders, the desire of having not only additional teen centers and safe spaces, but especially in Northern Palo Alto and University Avenue makes perfect sense. Wish I had something like this when I was a teenager here. My friends and I would go to University Avenue all the time, but then once dinner was done and walking around the block once or twice, there was nothing left to do. So I think this is the perfect location for it. Also agree the difficulty of getting cross town then to Mitchell Park. We've seen that has been a frustration. The staff report identified several potential uses for the community center. We've talked about them now. I think a lot of them sound great. The only thing I'm concerned about is that so for the use of the teen center, I really think it's important that the timing on it is consistent. And there was a lot in that staff report about how much we can do with that space. So just wanting to I think it's really critical that when teens are off of school on a Friday night or on the weekends, that they know the teen center is open during these hours. They don't have to risk showing up and going, oh, there's a class here at this time. I think that could really throw things. So just thought the staff report wasn't clear on that. I would imagine that is the intent, but if not, want to make sure that we see consistent hours with the teen center as well as we are going to with La Comida. I appreciate UNAF's desire to have space here and Councilmember Burt's suggestion. I think I'd like to hear from staff. I mean, I don't know how much space that they would need. I mean, clearly UNAF would have to have a permanent space that would not be that flexible space that La Comida and the teen center and other uses such as the overnight warming location is going to require. So does staff have kind of thoughts on how that is going to then impact these other uses? Because I think for me, top priority is La Comida and teen services. Secondary priority, the overnight warming station and these additional programmings that we can use for this community center. If there is some leftover space that makes sense, I think the discussion is worth having, but I just don't see it in this limited space.
Yes, Mayor, you raise an important point. I think it is ultimately a trade-off among prospective uses, which is really what led staff to the conclusion that the general community center use provided the greatest flexibility for meeting programming needs that will vary over the course of a day and over the course of a week. So any space that's dedicated to other uses would really take away from that flexibility. And also, I would note, as reflected in the staff report, that given that we've had one other nonprofit that did put in a proposal on space, that our recommendation would be in keeping with the council's interest in access to all prospective partners and transparency in decision-making, that there would be some form of RFP that would be involved in order to evaluate alternative uses that would be dedicated space. And as the council knows through your coverly discussions, space for nonprofit organizations really is at a premium and in high demand.
Okay, no, thank you. Well, and again, appreciate all the work staff has done at making this happen, and the board of La Comida, present and past too. I know this has been many, many years in the making, and really excited that it seems like this is going to happen. Councilmember Koo?
I was going to ask if you're ready for a motion.
Yeah.
I'd like to move staff's recommendation and to direct staff to start negotiations and to work with La Comida on a lease agreement and plan.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I said it. Thank you. And it's about almost past 10:30.
It is late. Yep, and I've spoken to my second as well. Don't need to. Is there any further discussion on the motion while the clerk drafts it? And Councilman Koo, did you want to include any language regarding rent of the facility? I'd be fine with setting it as sorry, for La Comida.
Oh, for La Comida. I think I made some points about what other nonprofits are getting, especially the other senior center. And I think that that's something that kind of put it on staff to understand that, this is another service. So I would let them go back with La Comida to determine this, unless.
Well, I'd be fine with $1 a month.
I would, no, $1 a year.
That's right. Oh, okay.
0 cents, 0.8 cents a month.
$1 a year is fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll miss out on those $11, but that's fine.
$1 a year lease.
$1 a year lease. Okay. Any further discussion? I see no other lights, so the clerk can call the vote.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Finker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Wonderful. Thank you. Congratulations, everyone. It's exciting. And with that, miraculously, we are adjourned 4:11. Well done.